with a keynote speaker, Jorge Rodriguez. I think today's is going to be wonderful. Thank you for coming. Good afternoon. I wanted to say hello to all the colleagues from ESPON IRiE and Nasuinsa. We have met many times virtually, but it's in my case, it's I hadn't had the opportunity to meet you personally until now. To be brief, it's been a pleasure to be able to participate in this research consortium that, although it is true that we had been involved in different European projects at the university, CIPRIDI, as a group of companies and institutions that is here today, we had not been integrated in this type of consortium before. It's been a wonderful experience. And of course, I want to thank Nasuinsa because they have provided all this cooperation, and it's made it possible to be at this closing event of ESPON IRiE, and also to bring together our different experiences and giving an opportunity to all the members to get to know a little better what the other ones have done, and to be able to participate in debates on the coordination, on European cohesion, because as you may know, a main part of these institutions belong to local governments who are involved in this type of subject, this type of themes. And the data have always been there. That's what we deal with. And of course, this project has enriched our analysis. I just want to wish you all a good day, a fruitful day, and I hope that we will take away some really good memories from today.
Pues Nicolás Rossignol.
Good morning. Thank you for having come here. I'm going to speak in English, if you let me.
So I'm Nicolas Rossignol from the ESPON program. I'm very, very honored to be here with you today. And on behalf of the program, I thank you once again. I hope that you will enjoy the session. You will be presenting the results of one of the most prominent projects that we launched over the past years. I say most prominent, I hope also maybe one of the most useful in this very special period. Useful for the public authorities, the governments, and also the local authorities that have already requested some further improvements and developments of the scenarios and the analysis that you will see this morning. But also I hope for economic actors and operators. We've been in touch with several chambers of commerce, with several associations of employers in different countries who told us that this was ringing clearly a bell in these times, and I hope it will be also the case for you today. So I will be super brief because the most important is to come. I just wanted to ask you a very kind request. At the end of the session today, you will be asked to answer a small online survey. So I don't know if you're familiar with an application which is called Slido. Maybe we can have it on the screen so that you can also see how it goes. Just go on your mobile phone. You type Slido on the mobile phone, or you can also maybe flash the code here, and then there will be a small window, and you just type ESPON. And then when doing this, you will see this. So it's a small survey. So don't answer it at the moment. The important for us is a bit to know where you're speaking from, but also after you'll have 2 questions to answer, as simple as that. Do you feel that what would have been discussed today was interesting for you and was also potentially useful for your own organization, company, institution? So just during the day, maybe at lunchtime or maybe a little bit later before the session is closed, if you could go on Slido and answer these 3 questions, it would be much appreciated. That's it for me. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very fruitful and discussion this morning.
Pues muchas gracias y recordaros sobre todo que para participar en...
Thank you very much to participate in that. You may not have a phone line down here, signal. Yeah. We have enabled the it's Baluarte Navarra, both the B and the N, both capital letters, 2022. That is the password for the public Wi-Fi network, which is in Baluarte Invitados, I believe. And now we're going to start with Tomasz Komornicki, who is the head of the Department of Territorial Organization of the Polish Institute.
Thank you very much, and it's again the pleasure to have the opportunity to present part of the results of our project today. And the task for me and maybe for us, for you as an audience, is a little bit different, since I will try to present this multi-layer visions, which means that this is not the presentation. Presentation is not based on just on the one types of flow, as it was yesterday, as migration, tourist, trade, FDI, but rather to go through all of them and to try to find some maybe general conclusions, maybe even not yet conclusions, maybe hypotheses concerning several issues. So I'm not going to tell a lot about the methodology, because this is based on the methodology of particular types of flows, which was presented yesterday, but I would rather want to go through the results with some questions. The question about the core and peripheries in Europe, maybe the picture is a little bit different than when we use the traditional indicators. And the vulnerability, which is the key point, at least now, during last 1 or 2 years. And then also distance, the role of distance friction, the dynamics. And that's at the end, that will bring me to the some suggestions or maybe some conclusions for the future of European integration. So starting from very briefly from the methodology, why we decide, why in such a project we were trying to put everything together and create some synthetic measure, which is always challenging. Simply because we want to have a general picture and we want to have a possibility to find the position of the particular region in the general, widely speaking, space of flows, which could allow us to have an alternative picture of the European territorial differences. And that's also the possibility to recognize what is the particular region's exposure for the external risk, different kind of external risk, which are, I would say, coming to the regions, coming to countries through flows and through different type of flows. So in addition, it could be, in our opinion, also the basis for the I would say, new generation of territorial policy and maybe the future of the European cohesion policy. But this is, as I said, rather hypothesis and something which could be the base for the discussion even today. In general, to simplify the picture, as you know that a lot of different flows were analyzed. We divide them for the three so-called basket, which is the economic one, it's goods, services, capital, then another which is more people, social basket concerning migration, commuting, tourism and air passengers, and finally this knowledge basket with patents. It was possible to Carlos presented yesterday, and Horizon 2020 projects, as well as Erasmus flows of students. And on the other hand, we also analyzed some sub group of the regions, which just to compare the situation in a different types of the region by traditional ESPON typologies as urban, rural, but also by macro regions as Baltic Europe, Danube Europe, and generally the position for in the cohesion policy, I mean the regions which are developed, less developed, in transition, as it is later on used in the rules of the cohesion policy, as well as the how long is the particular region is or the country, of course, the member of the EU. Okay, so let's start with these core peripheries, and we have probably in mind the picture of the blue banana or European Pentagon with some core of the Union and of the ESPON space, because we have to remember that this is not just the European Union. Of course, the UK, it was still an important part of that analysis. And we could see that the division is for the, in general, for the so-called all member states and the East Central Europe together with Greece, where in general we do not have this strongest connection. This is already the synthetic picture. And what I'm going to present is the synthetic picture for all, in all cases, for all different kinds of flows. So please remember that migration as well as trade, everything is included. So this is some, I would say, artificial picture, but that is done to show how much the particular places are connected to another in different kind of interactions. So we could recognize that this space of flows and the European space of flows is based mainly on the some most important nodes, and some of them are mainly the financial centers, the biggest metropolitan areas. Some other are more peripheral, but still important, as Stockholm and Madrid. If we look at the same problem from the point of view of the general intensity, this is the map, upper map, where there is an intensity, which means the participation of the particular region in space of flows, already not from the point of view of interaction, but already from the point of view of regions. And then we could recognize that this core of Europe is shifted a little bit to the north. That Scandinavian country, at least Denmark and southern Sweden, Norway, this is part of this core from the point of view of flows. Yeah? And southern Europe is less involved. And Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium, it's the, of course, it is the main part of this. Of course, we could find some historical factor, and history still matters. At least if we look for the other map, where we can, when we were trying to show the very basic typology, where the intensity versus balance. And what is interesting that the picture, when we include balance, it's much more complicated. It's like a mosaic sometimes. So, but maybe it is the more realistic, and that shows that we have two different core periphery systems. One is pan-European, but we still have a lot of another such systems which are the macro-regional or even country systems, and they overlapped, both of them, and then we could find the places where even if the intensity is high, and even if from the point of the intensity they are in the core of Europe, but on the other hand, if we look at balance, it is not true. So the balance is negative. And on the other hand, on the peripheries, we have such places where the balance is positive. So that means this picture is much more complicated than on the upper maps. And we also, in some cases, I will also come back to the particular flows, and there are of course some of them where the spatial patterns are totally different, and Erasmus is students' flows is one of them. And for instance, here the southern and central Eastern Europe play a much bigger role than in the synthetic picture. Here we have the typology, or rather the clustering, based on the intensity, and it is quite clear because the majority of regions are in two categories. One of them is the number 3, which is the core of the European space of flows, and as I said before, it is rather more northern Europe. This location is more northern than in traditional measure. And the other one, which is number 2, which is, there are the core, but both core and peripheral regions of southern and central Eastern Europe. So they are quite similar from that point of view, because that was just the typology and clustering, rather clustering, statistical clustering. There are, of course, some different types which are not similar to anyone, and this is Luxembourg as another separate cluster because of the intensity of the financial flows and FDI mainly. And there are also some port city regions. There is also some capital, but not all capital cities in the type 1, which is, for instance, Madrid, Vilnius, some other capital cities, but not all of them. And of course, please remember that important could be, at least if we are trying to find such a types of such a cluster as the capital cities, the size of the units. Sometimes it's smaller, sometimes it's bigger, and that's influenced the picture, of course. What is also important and what we recognize as a positive results of our project, this is probably some of you remember such a map which is on the corner. This is the map from the paper of Professors Kunzmann and Wegener from 1991, when they proposed the polycentric Europe as an alternative for the European blue banana, and that was when already the enlargement was somewhere on the horizon. And that thesis was that it is necessary to support some metropolitan areas outside the core and to create the polycentric Europe. And if we look at the map of the clustering based on balance, we could recognize that it is probably successful, that Europe is on this periphery. It's based on such a, I would say, gateway cities, and it was also mentioned in a European spatial development perspective, and later in the next territorial agenda. And even if we are not successful from the point of view of general territorial differences and inequalities, probably we are rather successful from the point of view of this more polycentric and more balanced development. The analysis of flows it's going on that I would say that direction. And we could find here such a places both in southern and Central Eastern Europe, including Berlin, Warsaw, Bucharest, Madrid, Athens. So that's such a cities balancing the development of the I would say the islands of the higher flows intensity. That such a cities as similar one to another. Okay, that brings me to the next point, which is the vulnerability, and probably one of the most important now. And if we are talking about the vulnerability, this is probably one of the most complicated map, because that shows on the basis of intensity the dominant flow. So what kind of flows, for the synthetic analysis we took 11 of them. What kind of flows is dominating? Which one is the most important for the particular region? So if we take the region A, so the connection, the outside connection are first of all based on. And as you can see, the picture is complicated. It is a little bit mosaic-like, but in the middle, in the core of Europe, especially in Germany and partly also Netherlands and Switzerland, these flows, this green color, which means these flows of knowledge, are the most important. So this is definitely the core of Europe from the point of view of knowledge, since we are we have to say that since our indicators are good, maybe yesterday we will discuss it, maybe there are other indicators, but from the point of view of flows of horizon patterns as well as Erasmus, this is the most important kind of flows. And then on the peripheries, the situation is different, and sometimes it is surprising a little bit. In southeastern Europe, which means mainly the Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and also Lithuania, it is definitely dominated by the people and migration flows. So this is the main way of the connection of such regions with the rest of ESPON space, the rest of Europe. On the other hand, in Poland, it is different, because this is the red color, which means the economic. But we could say that maybe it is not so different, because both cases it is based partly on the cheaper labor force, but in case of Poland, this cheaper labor force is rather used on site because of and that's it is visible on trade, intensive trade flows, and in case of Romania, it is rather the labor force who migrating to Western Europe. We could ask that kind of questions. So and here there is a coefficient of variation. This is also important, because of course dominant flow is it is nice, but maybe the another one is also very intensive. So here you can find the places where when the color is darker and the coefficient is higher, that means that such a region is connections, such a region's relation with outside Europe is based on a limited number of flows, or at least sometimes one really dominant flow. And this is the case of Romania, this is the case of the Croatia coast, in that case it's probably tourism, also southern Spain and southern Portugal, Greek islands. So that's are the places where the one type of connection is definitely dominating. But we have also looked at the concentration, I would say geographical concentration, because if we are talking about the vulnerability, if we are talking about the resilience, important are two of them. The number of partners and this geographical diversification of partners, it is also important. Same as the differentiation among the types of flows. So you could say that who is at risk? The risk is the region where the one flow is dominating and also the one partner or the partners from one country is dominating. So they are in such a case we could say we have the double exposure to external threats. So the concentration, it is also important, and the concentration, this is a synthetic measure. Yesterday we were talking about the concentration in case of migration, but this is the synthetic picture, and the green color, it's generally better. Intensive green color means that the connections are intensive and diversified. The red color means that they are not so diversified. Yellow is in between, and of course we could find the places, and in that case that Spain, northern Italy, France, they are we could say that it is the regions with the relatively lower risk from that point of view, because in general this pattern is quite diversified. Okay, we could also analyze it from the point of view of the of Brexit and UK dependency index, and here we could say that geography and distance matter. The regions located quite close to UK, I mean Ireland, as well as the coastal region of Belgium and the Netherlands, even France, they are mostly dependent on the connection, different types of flows with UK. On the other hand, some regions in southern Europe, that's because of the migration, seasonal migration, tourism, and so on. Southern Spain, Crete, Cyprus. So they are definitely, let's say, dependent on the UK flows. But in Central Europe, this index is much lower, especially in Germany. And we could even say that for Central Eastern Europe, Germany is coming back to some classic literature, there are some intermediate opportunity. So that means that dependence on the UK connections are quite relatively low, except some islands, which are sometimes difficult to interpret, as some regions as Latvia, or some regions in Bulgaria, northern Poland, where the level of the intensity of connection to UK is high. But this picture is quite clear from that point of view. Okay, the next point is distance. Distance, it's not very surprising, because the dominance of the load average flow distance is in the middle of Europe, because simply the other regions are closer. So this is as I said, not very surprising. And on the other hand, we have those regions which are of the most peripheral location, including Cyprus, northern Norway, Iceland, and in that case, this average distance is definitely the highest. But what is, I think, interesting for us is the zone in between. There is a belt starting from southern France, northern Italy, through Slovenia, Austria, Czechia, Slovakia, Poland, Lithuania, and Denmark. So that's a kind of belt or ring, where we have rather the mosaic situation. And that means it is a kind of the inner peripheries, where we could see these overlaps of the flows on the European scales and on the regional scales. And in that case, it is also some point for the possible point for recommendation, which means that this is the zone where our policy probably could be more efficient, because even sometimes through the investment, through facilitating of transport system, it is possible to influence the distribution of this distribution of flows. And here on such a map, this is the let's say border effect, which means that the international versus domestic flows. So which kind of flows are where they are dominating, and this is of course the question of the size of country, and in the bigger country, bigger and more peripheral country, they have higher rate of the internal and domestic flows. Coming to the dynamics, and on that map we could see the synthetic index of the dynamics of all flows, all 11 flows taken for the synthetic analysis. And as you can see, this is the map of the flows convergence. And the convergence of so-called new member states after 2004, it's clearly visible. And in addition, there are some other places as Portugal, Ireland, Iceland, as well as some Greek islands, even partly southern Italy, where this factor, this indicator of the flows intensity grow is the highest, and that means that the differences between European regions in terms of the participation on the space of flows are decreasing, and probably even decreasing. Maybe I should say not are decreasing, but were decreasing, because this is the period 2010-2018. So what's happened next? That is during the next presentation and our scenario analysis, what could happen next. But during that period, that was definitely the convergence from that point of view. Of course, it is also somehow the result of the low basis. This is clear. Okay, so to summarize and to talk a little bit about what that means for European integration. This is, as I said at the beginning, rather some hypotheses. Okay, so from some indicators, and at least such a dynamic indicators, they are I would say the evidence for the success of the European integration. This is dynamic, this is such an island and more polycentric development, and this is probably even more clear when we analyze flows than if we still base just on the traditional GDP and other similar indicators. So. But if we look at different types of flows, and when we start to compare it, that it is not so optimistic from that point of view, that this success is rather the economic success, because that's economic flows, mainly trade, but also freight transport. That's how that kind of interaction which were growing and where this integration is visible. Yeah. And from that point of view, from the economic point of view, you could say that regions in Germany, France, and Spain are taking into account the structure of the flows, and partly also intensity, are quite similar to those of Western Poland and Czechia. Yeah? So this is, I would say, the integration success. But even non-metropolitan regions were participated in the space of flows. I would say Castell's space of flows. But when we move to the other kinds, to other types of flows, I mean people and especially knowledge, this picture is not as optimistic, because the division into the core and periphery, it is much more visible. So we could say that social integration is in generally probably slower than economic. That's of course that's the hypothesis, but that could be one of the conclusion. Yeah, if we compare this with we have two main group of the priorities of the present territorial agenda of the Union, approved by German presidency 2 years ago, which is Just Europe and Green Europe. So when we are talking about Just Europe, so the development is definitely more balanced. So this flow changes, it's rather the evidence that we are going on the, I would say, right direction, yeah. On the other hand, it is important that there is overlapping system of flow imbalance between European regions. So they are different. Even if we are talking about the migration as it was a subject yesterday, so we could find that there is, in addition to the general distribution of flow, there is also it is sometimes visible that say the second layer, which is the flows between the big metropolises. And the flows between big metropolises are of different kind, a little bit different structure, and the rest has the rules are a little bit different. Definitely there is an importance of functional regions. Functional regions is one of the priorities of territorial agenda, and I would say that in many cases it is visible if we check such a situation as Berlin, Prague, Budapest. So usually on those places where the NUTS border are on such a way, the limitation is on such a way that we have the two part of the metropolitan areas, so we could find the difference between them based on the suburbanization process, commuting, but also by growing on the basis of the surrounding area. So that is definitely the point for the development policy based on the functional regions, not just on the administrative unit as it is. And integration beyond borders remains a challenge, and of course COVID, it was a point where the big question mark we could say was developed because of this. And however, everywhere when the political borders are visible on the map, that means that the structure and the intensity of flows is different on both sides. It is rather the negative conclusions from the point of view of this priority. And the Green Europe, probably we are not the conclusion for the period 2010-2018. It is that we are not moving towards sustainable connection, since we are promoting the Green Europe, so we should move from the air connection to rail connection. This is the comparison. Yesterday, Björn showed us this picture, but this comparison is very characteristic, where the air passenger is, everything is, I would say everything is together, and all regions are connected one to another all over Europe. When we look at the rail passenger flows, then the national systems are very separate. National systems are clearly visible. Even France and Germany is divided a little bit. The border is still visible there. And there is also another point when we analyze the dynamics, that in the dynamics of on the period 2010-2018, dynamics of air passenger flows was higher than the dynamics of tourism, which means that we are, and at the beginning of that period it was opposite. So that means that air passenger traffic grow faster than tourism, and that means that our tourism is less sustainable than at the beginning of this period. And the final slide with some very general conclusions. So that one of them is that there are still some historical factors, as I said at the beginning, and they could shape the position in the space of flows, which is maybe not so easy to find at the beginning, but there are some places with the very clear factors of that kind, as Cyprus and Malta, and the connection of Cyprus and Malta. I would say the colonial past is the factor, but also some region in Central Eastern Europe, especially the countries where the, I would say, state affiliation changed several times in the past 200 years, as Poland and Romania, and different direction of flows are still visible. So the point is that history matter from that point of view. I don't know is it good or not, but it is still the case. And of course, such a evidence could help us to formulate a new regional development strategies, and probably the public intervention should favor the diversification of regions' external relation. And but we have to be very careful, because this exposure, the resilience of region in relation to flows, of course, are very specific. So there is no one size, no one policy fits all for regional relation. But on the other hand, it is important, and at that point I could put the final question. Maybe the objects of cohesion policy could be both, not just regions, nodes of relation, treated as nodes of relation, but also relation themselves. So, which means pairs of region. Maybe this is something which we have to start to think about. Thank you, and muchas gracias por su atención.
¿Alguien quiere hacer alguna pregunta? Okay, so
Any questions? Okay, then we're going to talk from a more complex perspective, and speaking of the conflict in the Ukraine. Carlos Gano. Well, thank you to all of you here. And it's really like a feast to have the CEPREVE and ESPON, and it's like a party, no? And having representatives of the European Union, OECD, Emilio Fontella and Antonio Pulido would be very proud. I think it's great, very fortunate. It's also very fortunate that you have been reflecting on the state of the national and international economy. And here we're talking about these flows, which luckily are available to all. And what we wanted now was to synthesize the effort that we made of creating scenarios. Although we have an hour to do this, we don't have time to tell about all the scenarios. I want to try to mention what I think is most important. Everything I'm going to show is not something that I've done myself. I'm really like a spokesman for all of the people who've worked on this. I've divided the presentation in two parts for two reasons. First, I had to first explain what the ESPON project had done, but since many of you have already heard part of this presentation in different places as we obtain results, I think I needed to give it some value. And in this first part of the presentation, I'm going to summarize the two main scenarios which are relevant today, which was the COVID shock, and how the next generation funds could affect European economies. And on that layer, we're going to say how we saw in April that there could be an influence on the Russian invasion of the Ukraine. This is going to provide us a synthetic vision. We did this in May in Lille, and we're going to summarize this here. What we were saying in April, and the second part of the presentation is where we can say, well, what's happened since April, and what did we suppose at that time? Was it logical? What is happening? So the idea is to an interim ex post analysis of because we still haven't gone through that first year of the simulations that we're doing, and we're going to focus on the inflation and other trade indicators. And the idea is not to give results, but also to offer data that weren't there before, and which is very important to have them in the agenda if we want to know what's going to happen. And then I also wanted to make some general reflections. So what can we do? These are the logos of the institutions. Here you have the old logo. Yesterday we explained that one of the main contributions of the project was the extension of the input-output tables of EUREGIO 2017, which had been carried out together with the JRC IPTS. This is the most powerful framework we have right now at the European level to have both general and sector specific analysis. So we have these countries which are the European Union, the EU 27 plus the other 4 countries. We carried out simulations to look at the economic effect of the European Green Deal. New globalization, we thought it was a euphemism. We didn't want to talk about protectionism. Anybody who's not talking about, who doesn't want to talk about protectionism has a problem. But a year ago, we were talking about this new globalization, the economic impact of COVID-19, and how it could affect the next generation and the Ukrainian conflict. With regard to COVID, I'm going to try to be synthetic. We're coming from the greatest shock that we have had in the world, in Europe at least, since the Second World War. I'm going to talk about we were saved because we're here, and a lot of people have been left on this side, and the same thing happened with the economy. But the shock has been truly brutal. But since we're vaccinated and so on, then we don't need to. The GDP fell 10%, which was 6 times more than 6 points more than in 2008, and it's taken us over 10 years to get over 2008. Next Generation is the largest fund package ever agreed at the European Union, because it matches the shock we experienced, but it's a special package which responds to a new sector policy in the European Union. It's territorial, but mainly sectoral, and particularly in the digital areas and in green areas. What we want is to use the input tables from 2017 to simulate that effect. First, we will simulate a negative effect because in April we did not know at the regional level what the impact of COVID had been. Even today we don't really know the real, both on the supply and demand side, so we don't know the effects, the true effects. We have to see how much COVID impacted in 2020. And then we're going to do a simulation exercise what would happen if we distributed the next generation funds territorially and sectorally according to different criteria, because we're still waiting for a large part of these funds. And the ones that are arriving, at least here in this country, we can't figure out how to spend them. We're not trying to predict, but we want to create a what-if situation. What would we do if we had that money right now? Since we've heard, we think the next generation funds are cohesion plus funds. They're not. Northern countries didn't want them to be. And this is the first message I wanted to transmit. The European funds, they're designed along these pillars. A very high percentage has to go to green transitions and to digital. The axis of the cohesion is only one of the axes. Afterwards, countries within that have made their proposals, and each one has taken positions as in an open area. And the only thing that is fixed, what maximum of next generation funds each country can have. And this uses a formula that includes the reverse per capita income. Poorer people receive more. And also the damage in terms of GDP in 2020. Putting in GDP, we find that there's a bias where the poorest people receive the most, but the poorest have suffered more. At least the Italy and Spain and some Eastern countries. So this relation is clearly negative. This is the only thing that we know. And each country distributes it supposedly, or territories manage a significant percentage with some sort of territorial structure. So we calculated the negative shock. We took the input-output tables for the economy. We do the distribution, knowing how much each national GDP has fallen in 2020. We see how each value added has fallen in Europe in 2020. What's the positive shock? Well, the only thing we know is the maximum number size of the funds that is going to arrive at each country. We divide that into three criteria, or among three criteria. In an open discussion among all of us, we said, well, what's going to happen? The first is status quo. It's going to go to the people who normally handle it. There's not going to be a radical transformation of the economy, not in the short term. The more powerful sectors and more powerful regions, the most powerful companies are the ones that are going to get those funds. So using the 2017 input-output tables, depending on the specific weight of each sector and each region in the investment, and according to that structure, we have the same distribution. But we're expecting a changing level, but certainly not an economic transition. The second is damage restitution. If the funds were to get out of the COVID hole, Then we want to redistribute them territorially within each country according to criteria to the similar to that which the Commission has convened with the countries based on who has suffered the most. And then the third one, let's get on the side of frugal countries, the ones who propose that this is a sectoral industrial policy. It's a question of all growing more, not only poor countries, poor territories, and not necessarily curing wounds, if you wish. So this is purely sectoral, and the money is going to go to green, to resilience, and to digital. Here we have the sector breakdown, and the territorial result, it comes out as a result. But it's the sector that rules. So what's the impact of COVID? National data are well known. It's like this is like a weather map. We've had this terrible storm, has left these disastrous consequences in two countries. Yeah, the impact was here. We see damage in those countries that depended more on mobility and tourism. It's logical to have the damage from south to west, and we don't see that much. This is the summer storm. That's the impact. The way that funds were distributed. We know what each country is going to get. We assume everybody's going to spend the money. In the status quo, it looks like everything is the same. Look, everyone should look at their country. If we look at Spain, in the status quo, the richest areas win. Where are the builders that do green, that do digital? Madrid, Barcelona. From a point of view of damage restitution, who has been damaged the most? The Canary Islands, the coastal regions, and the areas with a lower GDP. Here, Madrid, Catalonia, Basque Country, and Navarre are not going to appear. If we leave if we have a truly industrial policy, we give it to who can make things grow more, and then again, most funds are going to go to Madrid, Catalonia, Basque Country, and Navarre. It's going to go anti-cohesion. These and this one are anti-cohesion. This one is pro-cohesion. And we have a debate. I think we'd have as many points of view as there are people here. If we mix the negative with a positive effect, the first, what do you see? More green or more orangey red? More orangey red. Green is the net effect is positive. Next generations are capable of covering the fall of the GDP created by the summer storm. But if you see more orange and red, is that next generation are going to alleviate us, but they're not going to pull us out of the situation. Not immediately. Or not... but you're also going to see color changes. You're going to see that Madrid is more yellow than in damaged institution. Basque Country is not alleviated, much alleviated by next generation. If those who suffered took it, if tourism was in the Canary Islands and Valencia, and they're going to have greater participation. But this is probably, this is not going to happen. The message is clear, I think. So, in conclusion, the next generation funds, looking at focusing on the grants, are not sufficient to cover the great negative shock of COVID. Many regions are negative with regard to results with these mathematics, which are not all. And the negative shock is certain, and we're being positive about the positive shock. And then there's also variability. But there's we're in the middle of the films. We have some positive aspects that we haven't considered. This is simulation, static simulation. We didn't take into account the loans. I don't know if anybody's going to dare to ask for loans with the winter storm that's coming. So this should be like a carrot beyond the grants. It's being used like the carrot and stick, so the countries can grow. And the Bank of Spain says that there's for structural funds are providing better support than the new green funds. I don't know if we're going in the direction of more growth. We could debate that. Here are elements that could be pro-positive, pro-negative. And we're folding the umbrella from the summer storm, and then we get the winter storm. I don't have to explain the background. Everything has to do with I'm going to focus on the more miserable side, or more I'm not going to talk I'm not going to be talking about Russia and the Ukraine. I'm going to talk about us, and I apologize for that, but we have to do it. We have that responsibility. In April, we were not going to predict, we were going to simulate, because we had no idea. The project was almost closed, and there was an addendum, and we said we can't close this project without saying something about what is going to happen. And I said, well, okay, let's do something in 2 months. But we knew nothing at that point. We knew very little. What did we know? We knew that Russia and the Ukraine were two economies. Ukraine is not in the input-output tables, world input-output tables. We had to invent it in 15 days. The Russian one was there. Russia is the largest country in the world in terms of territory. In population, it's large, 146 million. But in terms of GDP, it's like Spain or Italy, a medium-range country. So what is the problem? The problem is that it's a super strategic country because of what it produces and what it supplies. And we have in their power, particularly in Germany, and we had this tremendous dependence on petroleum and gas. And then we had all the market and those strategic markets of digital transformation. They require nickel, palladium, fertilizers. And then the Ukraine also is a single crop country, but that's why it's one of the world's top. It's the world's top cereal supplier. So also some industrial products. If there were few people in the party, we said, okay, we're not going to intervene, but we're going to start an economic war. What we knew in April the third package of measures of the European Union, which included commerce, finance, surgical interventions against specific individuals and companies. And we put a lot of emphasis on economically strangling Russia and blocking their assets, disconnecting their connection with international finance. Fine. We'll see how that has progressed. What happened since then? What we saw in April was this. Now we're approving the 9th package of measures against Russia. But all countries are joining certain sanctions. In many it's affecting a lot of your companies. Can I export? Can I import? Can I travel there? Can I not? Hey, all my helicopters are Russian, one man was saying, and I'm putting wildfires out in Spain, and all the parts are Russian. He was a pilot, but they're dramatic things that, yeah, I mean, sanctions are fine, but those helicopters are Russian. What did we do? We had a simulation of two effects: the demand and the effect on the commerce side, and another one on the price side. The prices create a second effect on consumption, and this has a total effect. And this is a maximum effect. We proposed various scenarios for that temporary shock. Thinking it was in April, so we were going for a year to April 2023. What was the simulation of the trade commerce? Well, that was the easiest we could think about. We didn't have that much experience in wars. What happens in a war? Well, you stop consuming, you stop selling, you stop buying. And if we have sanctions where we say we're not going to buy anything from you and we're not going to sell anything from you to you, then that's what's going to happen. So the most radical is that all flows from Russia to Russia and the Ukraine happened. That's what they told us in April. What was the price shock? All the prices shot up of all raw materials that are tied to Russia. Julian started working with all the micro indicators of all commodities. Metals had gone up 18%, coal up 97%, oil 30%, electricity and gas 45%, and agricultural products 32%. So we're going to maintain this rise all year. We expect that for the rest of the year, prices will not come down. That's going to be a cost push in the input-output table, where the whole world is going to fit in. We're talking about a pass-through here. We have an absolute pass-through. All costs are transmitted to all value chains, all countries in the world, and in your region, your sector, it will affect you more or less depending on your dependence on Russia and its sectors. Now we said, okay, let's imagine that people cannot, these products that they cannot stop consuming, these products. I can't stop consuming Russian oil if I have no other pipeline bringing oil from anywhere else. If the cost of energy, we're certainly not going to go on holiday, so we won't buy any clothes. Energy is going to go up. We're going to spend more money on energy, and we reduce other aspects. This is not a simulation. This is data. These are the input-output tables, and when we have this the how all European regions are tied to Russia in exports and imports. From exports, the closest countries are selling more to Russia. That's why we have darker greens. But Ireland and Portugal have very strong ties to Russia, tied to real estate, tourism, and air transport. And that's going to appear in the map. And it was not foreseeable. Imports will depend on energy. There's more dependence. There are countries that depend more on Russian imports than on the Western country. What happens if Russia and the Ukraine stop trading with the world? So those the effect on trade. This is the winter. The winter storm comes from Siberia, and it affects you. Where does it affect you? Since there were greater ties, depending on, with some exceptions in Ireland, some exceptions in Portugal, the impact gets here. What's the effect of inflation? Well, there it's not so obvious, but there's a proximity effect. But there's the peninsular uniqueness in the Iberian Peninsula, which is not as affected as Spain and Portugal are. When we take this to GDP fall due to inflation, that creates where we're mixing inflation with consumption. We have more uniformity. When we mix trade and price, we see a mixture of these two effects, supposing that the two were the highest. And we see that the exposure of Portugal, Ireland, Sweden, and Eastern countries, and Germany is also quite powerfully affected. Conclusion. What we said in April was that in the worst scenario, we expect the economy, assuming the positive taxes that we had forecasts of 3%, 4%. On that, we had to deduct that 1.8% moderation, and that could cause almost 4 million jobs and 3 additional inflation points on the inflation that the European Union had before in February 2022. With that time modulation of the effect, we had more lukewarm scenarios where we had the drop was minus 0.5 or 0.6. We're talking about 800,000 jobs, and prices rising about 1.3%. In April, I don't know if you thought that it was a very negative or very positive outlook, but an important point is that the trade effect was more powerful than the price effect. And then we saw that the trade effect, in the trade effect, it was not direct effect, but rather the mixture that we're going to get through indirect effects. And here, an example of this would be Germany. Here we had this. Being in Navarre, I wanted to recover this. Here we have the summer storm, the royalties of the next generation, and then the winter storms. And we have a ranking. According to this simulation, Ceuta and Melilla, they would actually have positive effects. They're going to get, I'm looking the most pro-cohesions. If you're poorest, you're going to get more funds. I don't think it will happen. But we get this ranking. There are three regions that are the most damaged. We're the most industrial. We are super tied to Germany through the automotive sector. We're joined to the Basque Country, and the Basque Country also exports. Catalonia is also a great exporter. So where are we going to get the highest effect? COVID, a very negative effect on this region. The next generations that they would get, if it was pro-cohesion, is going to be large, but it's not going to cover everything. The blanket will only reach your knees. With the COVID plus next generation, you're talking about minus 4.41. This is if we're starting from zero. If we add the winter storm, and they're not going to be that damaged, but they were coming out of GDP drop of around -5. And in April we were saying, yeah, but we're going to grow. They're telling us we're going to grow about 3%, and you're telling us we're going to fall by 6%. So the conclusions were, Europe is looking for a new steady state, and we're comparing it. 2019 is just not coming back, and we don't know what the new steady state is going to be. We have all the international all the growth forecasts. To summarize the message, in inflation, I think we were short. We thought that inflation was a temporary thing, and not only is it not temporary, but it's been stronger. And we have a contractive monetary policy. The rules of the game have changed. We have tension, which is the typical equity and cohesion kind of tension. Here we have security, and this changes everything. If we have to take into account the expense on defending our on defense, and maybe breaking relations with some partners, and and this is going to it's going to fire up the problems that we were already had, which was the European strategic autonomy and the European Green Deal. What happens since?
So what's
So this is an ex post analysis that's it's partial and it's precarious. So a little patience with this, please. Yeah, just bear that in mind. Yeah, so there's no regional data in Europe on GDP or unemployment, or so we're a bit blind here. Yeah, so we don't know what's going to happen. So what we've done is compare the simulation with the current situation in country terms. So this is what we've got the data for. So we've got a ranking of the total effects, in the simulation, where we mix the trade and the price effects. Cyprus, Lithuania, yeah. So the maximum falls will be a little bit more than -6, but everything will be negative. Yeah. So what's actually happening? So this has been done quite quickly, quite roughly, but we looked here at the GDPs. The third quarter, where Eurostat doesn't have data for every country for the third quarter, but here's where you can see this little box. If I don't have it for third quarter, I'll put the second quarter. So yeah, it's a bit of a mixture of what we know and what we don't know. And as this is calculated in variation rates from pre-war, so I'm going to take away the annual growth rate from now, from what was predicted in the first quarter. So we're looking at the negative impact and how this is going to affect the economies in the EU. We're going to compare it from before the war to what we see now. So in Poland, for example, their GDP is falling by more than -6. So it matches more or less, but in places like Cyprus, and the maximum drops. In Poland, where we had -2.5, so it's more than doubled that. Yeah, that's the real effect. Ireland, we didn't expect it, but we've simulated it. There's something with Ireland that is tied to Russia that we didn't realize. It was simulated and it's happening. Portugal, the same. We didn't expect it. We don't know why, but there it is. We don't know why. Maybe the Russians are buying property on the Algarve or whatever it is, but something's happening there. Yeah. Strange things. Let's have a look. There's some positive effects. Yeah. There are some countries that are activating their bigger exploitations of oil and gas, to substitute the Russian supplies. So we can see so they're going to win in this storm, if you want, in this winter storm. So in prices, we need to ask Julian, have we continued updating the indicators? And he said, yes, here it is. We did this yesterday. We saw this yesterday. So from the second date, it's April. So if you look where we are, we're here. The red line is the average for the whole post-war period. And this is the relation of the prices. So in general, the situation's a little bit intermediate. But the dramatic part is in the most strategic products, to energy. The shock that we're expecting hasn't really happened. So the price of oil has continued going up, coal, gas. So we're predicting a figure and it's continued to rise. But in copper and aluminium, all of that, it hasn't. They've gone under. But they're less strategic. Yeah, so the energy prices have continued to rise beyond our expectations. So what can we see with today's data? Here's the ranking, the inflation shock. We've got the simulation and we've got and Bulgaria, we're looking at 6% in Bulgaria. And then in the current situation, it hasn't really happened. So having done the same for the current situation, for the price index that came out in September and calculating the rate from September and the annual rate, comparing it with February, and that's the orange bar that you can see. And so we can see interesting things. Hungary, Bulgaria. Inflation rates of 10, 12, 13%, way above what we were simulating. And this is just 6 months of shock. So we've still got until April next year. No, it's going to get worse. So Spain, let's look at Spain. It's really interesting. because we're looking good in terms of inflation. It didn't arrive. Yeah, the rate of inflation in September and February, we're in the best situation in all of Europe. Yeah, the situation comes from before. It comes from COVID. Yeah. Yeah. So this is really interesting. The map here, we can see. This is what we simulated on the left, and this is what we can see. Yeah, in terms of inflation, there's still strange things that we didn't predict, Portugal, Ireland, and we can see the cold gradient. So we can't stay with the simulation. We can't keep the simulation that we had for the trade effect. So what did we do in the summer? So we did 3 alternative simulations. One that was completely logic. Yeah. The first one. So we're going to look at the US and the EU and the possibility that they cancel all trade with Russia. And Russia wakes up and trades with the rest of the world. The second one here is there's a lot of politics in this. And so the US and the EU cut all trade apart from oil and gas. Yeah, apart from the strategic trade. And Russia does all its trade. Russia doesn't cut its trade with China or India. And then the fourth scenario here is possibly what Putin wants. And that everything that was bought from Europe by Russia went to Europe, and everything that was sold, now it's all going to go to non-NATO countries. Yeah, so China and whoever, and India. So there's a deviation in the market. So what Russia no longer buys from one side, they buy from another. And so right now we're in number 2. Yeah, we're cancelling energy. So in summary, these are the ranking of the most affected and the least affected. It's really hard to see. I'm going to put the Spanish one up soon. Yeah, but the other. But we're going to stay in the less affected countries in Europe. What we can see is in general is the biggest shock was in April. The little blue circles, and the orange ones is the least negative. And here I can see. Well, I suppose you feel the same way that I do and think, "Whoa, great!" But great for who? As a consumer, or that we've got a lesser impact, or is it that Russia's avoiding sanctions? It's not. We're not strangling. We're not suffocating the Russian economy, and we're paying for it ourselves. Yeah, we're paying the price. So when we look at this, let's look at the regions here in Spain, and we're going to look at the Île-de-France. Around Paris and the Brussels region. I've also put in the Midi-Pyrénées, which is and Aquitaine, the southern France regions. So the impact is interesting. First of all, they're nearly all going to have like slight variations in their scenarios. Why? Because for us, the impact comes from the indirect shock. Yeah, no, the indirect shock. See, it affects Germany. It affects us. So the variation is big, but it's not from trade. The trade aspect the trade effect isn't going to affect us that greatly. Indirect trade with the cut-off countries we can't escape that. So here's the ranking, and this is a representative photo. So here's Navarra, and the rest. So what's happening with trade? Is it being realistic that there won't be world trade? Well, there's a bit of everything. These are Bruegel data. So I want you to look out for indicators, yeah, that will be new or interesting or innovative, yeah. And we've got indicators that very frequently that we all need to have on our dashboards, yeah, to get through this crisis, yeah. Yeah, we're going to use Eurostat, but they all come really late, don't we? We need like immediate indicators. So in September, so with Rugal, yeah, we get to September. So Russia's now cancelled all its stats. So yeah, we've got less data there. So we're going to get all our data from everywhere else, and we're going to deduce Russia's figures. So we can see the total of exports to Russia have gone down, but the minerals and fuels are resisting. Yeah, they're holding out, and the rest of the products are decreasing. So when we're looking at Russia's imports from the 34 selected countries, we see there's like a really sudden drop, and then it goes back up again. It picks up. By country, it's important here that prices are really going up. We're not talking about volume of trade and the compensation of their rising prices. So we're talking about business volume. So we're looking at there's a drop in the trade volume, but the rising prices compensate for this. So it's looking really good for Russia. What's happening? What about products that aren't minerals or mineral fuels? Well, here this has been another story. All the other exports to the Europe. Yeah, they're all falling, but have been doing for a while. By country. So we're talking about mineral fuels here. We're talking about energy. So there's been a pickup from China and India. So there's moments when the USA has maybe talked to India and to China and said, well, what's going on here? It seems like a Tom Clancy film. And then something happened there that we're not quite sure what's going on behind the scenes there. Other than minerals in the middle, so we can see Turkey. We're not sure whether this is some kind of an agreement, if it's like hanging out with the bad guy or just to negotiate. But they've gained quite a lot of trade there. Yeah, Turkey's business activity is not dropping in the same way. In terms of Russian imports, it's very interesting. Everyone except the EU have greater imports from Russia. It's only the EU, including USA and the UK. So here's another very interesting indicator. Yeah. How can we explain to our people, to our taxpayers, if we want to use economic sanctions to finish the war, we need to be serious about it. So how do we explain? How do we put this across to our people? So this is tracking of they're tracking the ships that are carrying petrol and carrying oil, and they value them. So this is a counter. This is a daily counter for the value of the oil. And so they keep working on this idea, to put this idea across, to be able to justify what's happening to consumers. Yeah. So we can see the largest importers of fossil fuels from Russia. So we can see where Spain is, down here at the bottom. Here's another daily indicator. Very interesting. You can see like a slight downward move there. So it's a daily payment amounts by fuel type. You can see coal, gas and oil. Yeah, and here it is broken down. So clearly the EU is coming down there. Yeah, it's slowly, but they're weaning themselves off Russian fuels. Yeah, Putin is using the same lever on us. Another very interesting map here. Like all transmission channels are focused on 4 or 5 products that come in either by pipeline or by boat. So we need a daily indicator of what's happening in the ports. So here's a logistics indicator. Yeah, so here's the boats in real time. So they're focusing on St. Petersburg, Vladivostok, and Novorossiysk, and Odessa. So Odessa has dropped. Yeah, it's just like completely off the map. But others are going up. Yeah, so Russia is sending its oil by boat and gas by boat as well. Yeah, and this is a growing amount. Yeah, we're putting it as destination others. Yeah, and one of those includes Gibraltar. Yeah, I'm not going to put the cat amongst the pigeons, but Gibraltar's in there. Here's the pipelines that Russia uses to supply oil, in this case. So we're in the picture. Rotterdam, for example, and other ports. Yeah, the places where petrol normally joins the market. These are the maximums for 2021 and 2022. 2022 is above the previous year. And that's, we're looking at higher prices as well. And that's up until week 50, yeah? Talking about November, yeah? That's from Brugge. These graphs are also very interesting. The imports of natural gas from Russia until the 15th of November. So we've got a historical minimum, which is the dotted line, a historical maximum. So we're moving around the figures of the minimum. And then in 2022, it's obviously very, very dropping. It's not because the EU has forbidden to buy gas, but Putin has cut off his gas supply to the rest of Europe. At the same time, West, we can talk about Norway here, that is growing. And we're talking about maximum supply amounts for them. And the energy is, gas is off the mark, yeah? It's massive amounts, yeah? From Tajikistan, from Algeria. So this map seems really interesting to me. We need to have it on the table in these next months. Here we're talking about the pipes, yeah? The Nord Stream has been, we've disconnected it. Ukrainian transit is another, but it's also zero. Yeah, the line that goes via Poland and Yamal, Putin's cut it off. What's happened with Turkestan? It's massive. It's over the maximum levels. What about liquid gas? What about this gas storage? Well, we've got historical highs. So we've got a different type of distribution. Yeah, different type of supply. What about financial flows? I'm not an expert in this. So this has come from the International Settlements Bank. So looking at Russia. So Russian finance is dropping, but China, we're looking at syndicated loans by bank nationality, and China is breathing life into the system after all the other countries have dropped back. Russia is very smart in how it manages its financial blocks. It's always done it very well. The ruble dropped, but now it's gone its way back up again. So they've been very smart in terms of their finances. Yeah. So look at future research here. Yeah, it's true that we've made some mistakes. Yeah, in terms of our trade. It's not been as fast as we wanted to in the first 6 months. There's a European agreement to stop all ties in December, and we talked about dropping our rates of consumption. What we're left with now is looking at the simulations and the alternative simulations of cutting supplies. Well, these things are going to have to happen. In 6 months, we're in a negative situation, then something's going to have to change. Yeah. In trade, we haven't gone far enough. Yeah, and we've also added the pressure of humanitarian politics. Yeah. What can we add here to continue simulating this? We can look at trade with China, Turkey, India, and how they're cushioning the blow for Russia. So we're not having the effect that we want. So we're looking at a deviation of trade. And we can incorporate the effects of the interest rate rises and talk about the new deals. Thank you. If anybody has a very quick question, we've just got time. I suppose if there aren't many questions, then they'll come out in the panel session later. Yeah. I don't know if Julian would like to add anything to what you said yesterday. We've gone really fast here. Some of the messages that I've given don't coincide entirely with him, but the message completely matches with what we were saying. Don't worry. What we were talking about yesterday. And later Jorge is going to come and he's going to add more fuel to this fire. So yeah, we're not predicting here, we're simulating. But what we're sketching is what we see right now. It's like the weather today, yeah. That we've got rainy days ahead. Thank you very much. We're going to have a little break, so you can pop outside and have some coffee. We thought about coming back at 11:15. We might leave you a little bit longer. So if you can come back as quickly as possible, that would be really great. Thank you very much. Okay, it's outside on the right. Thank you.
Muy buenas. Retomamos de nuevo esta sesión. Lo hemos
Taking over the sessions. We've had two talks, but we're going to continue with two proposals to make the future policies. We're going to start with Xavier Velasco, who's the head of the Territorial Observatory of Navarra and coordinator of the project led by Nasubinska here in Navarre with the proposal of future public policies. This presentation was going to be made by Daniel Rothhutz from the University of Eastern Finland. Unfortunately, health issues have prevented him from coming here, and in any case, I would have supported any other colleague. Obviously, I don't have Daniel Rauhut's expert knowledge, but this coordination work gives you this global issue, and this is something which is truly fascinating for us, because at Nasubinsa what we do is supporting policies that have to do with the territory and with sustainability. So it is true that the speed at which we have had to produce data, I think, has been reflected in previous speaks. I mean, 2 years ago, we lived in a world that didn't exist. We were given this project. We had never heard of COVID. Although the first meeting had to be online, and we have had Carlos, the weatherman, who's talked about the summer storm and the winter storm. We had not imagined the COVID issue, a war between two old Soviet republics. It was unimaginable. There are very interesting policy issues here at the European level, which is a change of scale, or a higher scale than where we usually work, but also for the strategies of regional development. In this sense, here there's a question which has to be taken into account, is that most of the flows that we have been analyzing, they don't see the logic of a nation or state or regional line. But there isn't so much margin to be able to determine these flows. You can't force a company to stop manufacturing here, or you can't tell immigrants to go elsewhere. And with capital investments, that's also the same case. So governance is complicated. We can share knowledge, we can talk about advantages. It is true that we can regulate the European Union more and less so at the national level, and even less so at the regional level. Because of this market logic, we have been looking for efficiency. What the great beneficiaries are the cities, urban areas, those mega, and those small regions, those places that don't matter. Which is what they call in the European Commission. They're really prejudiced by flows. this has an impact. And then I'll talk from the European point of view as well. In the regional strategy areas, they normally don't express how they're going to be funded. And when they look at the funding framework, they don't talk about how they're going to spend the European funds. This is something that we should deal with, and something we have observed and we should want to share. Also, saying how to spend these funds intelligently, because they're going to ask us what we have spent and what we've spent it on. And this is this bureaucratic nightmare that every region is suffering. In addition to this, I have my strategic vision, and this is where I'm going to put the money. Cooperation with neighboring regions is essential. Nobody should imagine that nobody's going to be against cooperation at this time, but cooperating with your neighbors. In the case of Navarre, we have Navarra, Euskadi, and Aquitaine. In this analysis of flows, we see that very often our partners, because we receive immigrants from those territories, or because we have a flow of capital or services or goods, what happens is that our neighbors are not as close as they could be. So we focus on our strength, and we forget. I am like these 20 European regions, and that's fine. But you also need to know that there are companies with whom I'm cooperating. Why not set up links with the regional authorities that are regulating and are going to affect those companies that are partnering with our companies. So really, neighbors' cooperation should also be with regions where we share not so much proximity as collaborating companies. In Navarre, we're very good about doing things. We're not so good about telling about them, but we have a diverse local personality, but very often this regional brand, which is essential, is not perceived. It's a succession of proposals, of ideas, but we forget that they're not economic or social, they're also cultural. And this is another aspect which is also interesting, that they should try to market their region as a brand, or their region brand. With respect to territorial cohesion, the market couldn't care less about these things. They have this the regions that are lagging behind. As Thomas also mentioned this morning, the links between regions are increasing, and the countries that have been the latest to join the community, they had a very low starting point, and they're converging at top speed. Today's Poland is not the Poland of 25 years ago, and this is with all the countries that have joined the European Union. We could say the same thing about Spain. I was quite young, but Spain 30 years ago, economically, socially, has nothing to do with Spain of today. Truly, this is having a territorial development which is cohesive, which is with equity requires a political will. Things do not occur through inertia. So we need a very strong public response. But the same thing as with the energy transition, if you think that the state or the region is going to solve the problems of energy transition, those of you or those of us who are in this business, it requires the extensive public-private partnerships and for many decades to come. And this is the same case with the convergence and the reduction of inner gaps and within our region. In this sense, one of the aspects that Daniel wanted to share is to have intermediate hubs within regions. In one of Thomas's, we could see the doors that opened access. The European capitals are the large gates for other areas to join, but you can scale this down, and you can have intermediate hubs like Navarre. It's very small in Spain, like most of you know. But for those of you from Europe, in absolute terms, we're very small. When we look at relative terms, we see that the industrial weight of Navarre, and we want to transfer this to the territory. We have had a policy of distributing industrial policies in different sections in Navarre, and we want to continue doing this. And this is a little bit for many regions that are not doing this. In highly centralized countries, this at the regional level is interesting. France is trying to decentralize this. They're trying to do it. And the regions, they're trying to enable all the resources to grow in a sustainable manner. And from a regional perspective, in the case of Navarre, there were a number of workshops, and there were small things which added to all these efforts. We had this biomass example, which came out in that workshop we had. We didn't know that Navarre was going to make a commitment with this. We have the Director General of Energy who's going to participate in the roundtable discussion, and there is a proposal for this energy that has this difficult short-term conversion. We're going to use local biomass or from nearby regions, and to be working with the regional the neighboring regions. And we realized that there's something that is going to be I'm going to repeat this. The competence for many of the challenges, the member states, and I'm going to have the regulations of European regulations, and sometimes we have to continue with the behind the on the wake of the European Union. I'm going to talk a little bit about energy transition. This is one of the star subjects. Energy transition was one of the key aspects. This energy transition and this war is affecting, and it's going to even more affect even regional flows even more, because as transport costs grow, if the energy I was getting from here and now I'm getting it from somewhere else, This is going to have a lot of regions falling from these flows. And this goes against territorial goals in Europe, and this is what we're trying to avoid. In addition, on the threats that we see, the first, there are great opportunities of economic growth and of favoring circular economy. And the question is that we have really no other choice. We had to do that, but the conflict is sort of has brought up this mirror. We're looking at and many of the policies of this economicist and vision that was seeking efficiency has placed us in a very vulnerable position. Yes, we have those sanctions, but we see that they're not going to be as effective as we thought they would be. This has a territorial perspective that doesn't affect us all equally, but there are many regions and countries that are very vulnerable. Cyprus is not a surprise, but Ireland certainly is. With respect to the long-term economic impact, if I have less money, I'll spend it less on other products because I have to spend more on energy. That's what Carlos mentioned. The consumption patterns that we have seen are not sustainable. I think all of us can imagine that. But truly, the speed at which we consume raw materials, fuels, we don't have enough planet for all this. It's what we were talking about yesterday about the circular economy. Here we're at a stage of transition, and we change the paradigm, we change the scenario, and the protagonist of the film is not a protagonist anymore, or secondary actors. Norway is now in a sweet spot, but it's going to last what it lasts. And this is particularly of concern for regions that are already vulnerable, the ones that have lower levels of governance, fewer resources to manage their capacities, and this is going to give us less time to manage this. And from a European perspective, this is something that we're getting to a whole new approach. Another major problem. I think we have to talk about humanity. We have to talk about the economic part and commerce. If my commerce is not sustainable, if my commerce does not support jobs, then it's not sustainable. The human part of the conflict in Ukraine. I'm going to give you some examples that Daniel gave us. If I would ask you, what is the greatest crisis of refugees in Europe, you would say the Second World War. Only in Germany, there were 7 million refugees. And not dead or prisoners, but actual refugees. Until 1960, the last refugee camp didn't close in West Germany. This refugee crisis, unfortunately, we have had prior crises. It has helped us to learn. The 2015 crisis was quite different because of their education level, because they were young men in military age that were fleeing the conflict with very little education in many cases. But it served to see that we didn't have compensation mechanisms among countries. It was very difficult to agree at the European level how to distribute all those refugees. And currently we see that now we have more than 8 million Ukrainians have entered the EU since February 24th. We were saying that the Second World War and 7 million refugees. Well, we have 8 million refugees, and plus another 7 that have internally displaced in Ukraine. So 1/3 of the population of Ukraine. It's like in Spain, you know, of the 45 million Spaniards, 15 million have had to either leave the country or move to a different region. And additionally, another 2.5 million have been deported to Russia by force. Most of the times they had just forcibly been deported to Russia. The target countries are the eastern countries, Poland, Romania, Hungary, and Slovakia, because there's already a network, a connection network. Migrants, they use their family networks to move to other places. And this is what has been occurring. It's the biggest refugee crisis ever in Europe. We've never had one like this. Because there are mechanisms, and because the level of solidarity is tremendous, because we know what we're not aware, but in Eastern Europe there's a lot of fear. They were part of the Soviet bloc, and they know exactly what these people are like. I mean, we're seeing this in Ukraine. So there's a willingness to resist at all costs, because if they don't, then all of a sudden they're not in Ukraine, they're going to be in a different place. Let's also talk about Russia. Many who do not want to go and fight because they know how badly they're doing on a military point of view. And militarily, the failure is absolute of the Russian army. 500,000 Russians. These are men in military age. Since they were the mobilization orders were issued, since the war started, we've had 1 million Russians. And that million is there's normally educated. It's a true brain drain. You have these people with their families, they're young and with a high educational level. Since 2010, 10 young, well-educated Russians have left Russia. And this explains many things. What is the challenge of this? But the pressure on the rest of Europe is, and this is going to, in Germany, they have in Germany there are very large figures of taking in refugees. One is bilateral agreements between regions. Another, renegotiating the framework, having seen having an instrument and a common framework of channeling of these refugees, like the United States. Well, maybe not. United States is not a good example, but it should be managed by the EU as a whole. To conclude my presentation, apart from the efforts of the European Union and the efforts of different administrations, different governments, we're human, and when we make decisions based on fear, there are consequences. There's a trend, there's a temptation to rebordering, to close borders. We saw that in the refugee crisis in 2015-2016 with the Syrian refugees, where they limited population controls, particularly in Eastern Europe and also in any other country. And with COVID, it was really impressive. I mean, a lot of decisions were made to close borders. I don't want to get into assessing whether it was right or not, but it set a precedent, and this precedent has other precedents, and there are laws in Hungary, in Switzerland, revoking tax treatments with Portugal, so with Sweden, sorry. So because all the Swedes were moving to Portugal, so all the there was all the Swedish money being spent in Portugal. What are the consequences? We're not talking about physical obstacles, but also administrative, and this has the questions which are they're not in the debate right now, but we started with some restrictions, and we're working at times of transition, and we should pay attention to these. One of the fundamental pillars of the Union is the free movement of individuals, of goods and services, and of capital, and we have to value this because we can see the macro figures that we're seeing, and this is an issue that should encourage us to keep going. Thank you very much. I'm not Daniel. I've tried to do it better, but thank you for your attention.
Would anybody like to ask a question? Yeah, you wanted to escape, but you can't. Nobody. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Let's move on with another keynote presentation. We're going to ask Jorge Rodriguez, who's the Senior Vice President for Credit Strategy and Research at Moody's. Thank you very much. Good morning. When I was preparing this presentation, I was talking to people at Sovinsa, and after 2 sessions, what can I say that hasn't been said already? When we've only got an hour or so before we finish. So one of the things that I'm not going to talk about, about forecasts and serious financial talk. So I'm going to talk about. I've talked with Xavier and Julian about what content to talk about, and so what I've got is like a common thread where we'll look at as a starting point. A tricky situation, and we're also going to analyze where is it going to explode, or where are the cracks, and so we're going to look in an elegant way. So we've had credit cycle change, and now the question is, what are the risks that we're going to have as a consequence of this cycle change, which is going to have implications, some of which are going to be, they're going to be off the radar. So I'd specifically like to talk about these elements that we've got here, these points. I'd like to talk a little bit about inflation and give you an alternative view. I'd like to talk about debt, because we've had emergencies in the short term that are more necessary. Yeah, we've had a health crisis. Yeah, there's a war on. Yeah, and so with the debt's still there from all these crises. So we're going to talk about issuances. So we're going to talk about the expiry of debt. Yeah, expiry of this debt, which is off the radar for now, and it's going to bring some problems. Huh? And then very quickly talking about the banking sector. And as a way of summarizing this credit society, the issuing economy. So I'm going to talk about ratings and defaults. So there's two buttons. Yeah, I can't get it wrong, really, can I? It's the other one. So let's go straight to the point. Let's talk about inflation. So I want to suggest an alternative scenario, not a basic one. Yeah, that we've all seen that in the press, I think, until now. Yeah, that prices of heating is very expensive, and it's been going on for a year. I want to talk about this scenario as an alternative. The possibility that we are valuing that there's going to be downward turn in inflation. If we do have these little surprises, if evaluating this, the inflation surprises in a downward way. So what will happen is the policies that are in now, that are based on a particular type of scenario, will not be the right policies for the inflation that we actually have. So I want to look at it not as a baseline scenario. So this is an alternative thing. I must insist on that. It's I'm not predicting anything. So we're talking about baseline effects. So we've had an initial shock concerning engine energy, and as a consequence of this, we've got influence all over Europe. That's 10%. So when we're talking, we're really comparing two levels of prices. So if they stay in the levels that they're in right now, inflation next year would disappear. Yeah. So it's just a formula of comparing two lots of prices. So we all know at the same time the total of this inflation, which is around 10%, about 5 points is the result of the volatile components, so energy and fresh food, which have had the initial shock in raw materials. So then there's a counter argument, and we're probably all thinking about it. So yeah, we're all thinking about energies. Yeah, we listened to Julian earlier. These 5 points of inflation is subjacent. Is subjacent to inflation. That's what makes us nervous, because it's getting out of control. This subjacent inflation. So this other part of the inflation is also receiving the same shocks as the volatile section. Why? Because the processed food, which is not part of the volatile section, so they've also received an increase in their raw materials. Yeah, so it's a knock-on effect. So when we're talking about industrial goods that are part of this subjacent inflation, some part of this also, it's a knock-on effect from energy prices. So this also affects services. Yeah. So here we are generating services, and we're using energy. So the whole shopping basket that we talk about, including subjacent inflation, is being affected by the volatile part shocks. So first of all, we think if the volatile part starts to steady off or get better, then maybe this will help the subjacent side. So it's another factor that we can't ignore here, and that's the behavior, the legitimate behavior or opportunistic, where certain part of the shopping basket that's not necessarily been affected by this rise in prices, well, is making the most of this rise in inflation. And yeah, if we're all going up, then I'm going to make the most of that, and I'm going to put my prices up as well. So I'm going to go up 3% and nobody will notice. And it's an opportunistic way of behaving. And it means that the rest of your shopping basket will go up. Yeah, maybe by 5 points, maybe by 3. Yeah, so it's a way of slipping in a price rise that really isn't necessary. So the focus that I want to give here, the message I want to give here is, once these factors start to calm down, there might be an opportunity for there's a chance that this might happen with our shopping as well. Yeah, that those prices will go down as well. Let's have a look at a couple of graphs. Let's look at raw materials. Let's look at the current situation. I'm aware that in the past, all these economic factors had a price, and that's all broken. Yeah, now it's no longer valid. So, but let's talk about energy though, because that's the important bit. It's a line that shows the shock, the energy shock, very clearly. Yeah, the difference between we're showing in 21. We come out of restrictions. We all went out and spent our money. So we started spending like there was no tomorrow. Yeah, the roaring 20s. So yeah, the price of oil went up to around $90. Yeah, so a 10% impact as a general rule. Then Russia invaded Ukraine, and the price of oil went up drastically, and now it's coming down. So it's around 90. It's around 90 again. It went up over 190. But so what does that mean? The price of oil is. It's starting to fall. It's not even maintaining current levels. So when we start making comparisons next year, between next year and this year, when we make these comparisons, we're not going to see inflation generated by energy. So you're going to say this to me now? Well, it's very nice. So yeah, it's coming down from 130 to 95. But we're also looking at the currencies, and it's the euro that is at stake here. So what we said in our baseline scenario is that the euro has gone through an appreciation process, and now it's going through the reverse. Because the initial depreciation of the euro, it's an uncertain market, so it's very normal that this will happen. There's 3 factors involved. So it will continue to be oil will continue to be the secure value. So the normal reaction when there's a war or any kind of crisis in the US. The dollar is going to appreciate. It's going to be it's going to be the safe asset. So the market will abandon emerging markets, and it supports the dollar. In terms of geopolitics, things are much more under control. It's not as bad as it was last year. The conflict in the Ukraine, there's an enormous effort to keep this a regional crisis, that it doesn't leave that area. So the immediate effort to identify the missile that landed in Poland, and to be able to identify that where this missile was where it had come from. So we're saying this was a mistake. Yeah, we're not attacking Poland. So we wanted to center it, and we don't want to increase the geopolitical tension. And we're also seeing that in other aspects, we're also seeing that there's an effort, well, maybe not an effort, but there's been, people are trying to contain the tensions. So there's the aspect of China and the USA discussing Taiwan. People are trying to keep things calm. China said that maybe they won't rule out using force, but they won't use the same measures that the rest of the world use with Russia. So the consequences will be significant in that way, in terms of the human cost and the scale of the war. So if they limit themselves to doing the same measures that the rest of the world did with Russia, so economic sanctions, and so this seems that this what could be a very important shock is better contained. So this factor that led the euro to go down and the dollar to go up, but it's calming down a little bit now. So in 2023, if things continue to go well, so the euro will get better. Yeah, and energy prices will come down. So the euro is also affected by different interest rates. When it was launched with a lot of enthusiasm, and inflation rates rised. Now the markets are a little bit more reticent. So the normal spokesperson for the European Central Bank, the spokesperson talking on behalf of the financial markets, Luis Guindos, he's continuing to say that don't worry, everything's fine. So this led to a forecast from the market forecasts of a difference in interest rates. So there was an expectation concerning the interest rates. So if I'm expecting in the United States that they're going to pay more for my assets, then I'm going to send them over there. So what we're seeing now, this factoring of the rise in interest rates both in the USA and in the EU, but more so in the USA, that definitely in the short term. And there's also been factoring and what the Central European Bank is going to be doing. And so the difference in interest rates is not so different, but the spiral, so the margin between the two is not is becoming tighter. Yeah, so it's narrowing. That gap's narrowing, and so the dollar won't be so strong. And the other factor related to the euro is this lack of growth. Yeah, so where there's growth, there's going to be performance. So what have we got here? Clearly, when Russia invaded Ukraine, so this had a very strong impact on Europe, which won't affect the USA, which has its own gas. So it's going to have a very strong impact in Europe, but not in the US. Well, and that's obviously going to affect the euro over the dollar. So there's going to be a recession in Europe. Now we know that as a consequence of the monetary policy, this drop in growth that was in favor of the USA, but it's not as strong as we thought it was going to be. And there's also going to be a recession in the USA as well. So but these three factors point in the same direction. So the dollar is going to come down a little bit and the euro is going to start going up. So the dollar is no longer a force that's going to drag the euro down. So what we're doing when we're talking about the price of oil from March the next year in 4 months' time, the energy part is not going to go up. It's not going to go up 5 points. It's going to come down. Yeah, it's going to start taking away from these inflation rates. It's not going to be 5 plus 5 anymore. It's going to be 5 minus 1. So this drop is going to be very significant. And so these are the reasons why this baseline situation is as early as March, is we're going to see the inflation come down greatly. The rest of raw materials, yeah, the sources vary. We've got different indexes. Some are contradictory, but as you can see here, but so here I've seen two. We've got two metals, nickel and aluminium, and we've got wheat and fertilizers. Though the current situation, from the maximums that they've reached right now until today, it's fallen down. Yeah, it's fallen by about 40%. 35%, yeah, from the very, very maximum to today's rates, 35%. Nickel is a little bit more unstable, as you've seen, but more or less back to early 2021 figures. So how are we going to see this in production lines? Yep, so the inflation is going to come down again. Yeah, it's going to be a downward trend. So little by little, that's going to knock onto the subjacent inflation. I'm going to continue with a comment that we saw, something that we were very bitter about in 2021, which was the problem with the offer chain, the supply chain. Yeah, it's a multi-factor aspect, and the list can be a very long list. So we've got transportation bottlenecks. We're waiting for different parts to come because so you can't get your car because we're missing a certain component. Capacity constraints, shortage of labour, and wage pressures, and shortages in raw material. This I'm talking about this physically, but also there hasn't actually been a huge amount of physical shortage. What we've had is a reaction in the price. Yeah, so raw materials are actually going down a little bit in price. It's going to happen. So there's not been like a little bit with gas. We've not actually had any real restrictions. Yeah, we've not been able to not buy things. Yeah, so it's a limit on the price. A bit like with the oil. So the Russian oil is going to go elsewhere in the world with less scruples. And so yeah. So they're sending their oil elsewhere. So the price is going to go up. So let's talk about the first one. Let's talk about these bottlenecks. Yeah, trade indices. Yeah, there's lots of different sources and lots of graphs here for you. China here has the problems that we know. It's recovering very, very slowly from COVID, and India. Yep. So opening up to China is doing really well for India. India's really benefiting from that. So we're getting back to the problems of 2021 when this topic problemed stopped. So supply chain disruption. We've got a mixed reaction here. So we're looking at monitoring on the boat. On the boats being blocked or not. So we're talking about goods blocked due to congestion. So we're looking between 10 and 12%. Yeah, it's difficult to get back to previous levels. And then looking at ports, it's kind of mixed reaction. Yeah. So we're looking at California seems to be resolved. Hong Kong is much more volatile, but seems to be better than over the last 2 years. Shanghai is very volatile and seems to be going down a little bit. And then we've got this interesting situation in the North Sea, but may or may not still have problems. If it's not a great situation, it seems to be getting a little bit better. This leads us to, if we talk about quantities, yeah, they're going to be reflected in prices. But it's a bit of a mixed message. So if we're looking at the price of cargo transport, so we're looking at the Shanghai index and the Baltic Dry index. So Shanghai's starting to go down a tiny bit, but from very high levels. Yeah, Shanghai is, yeah, it went up from what it was in 2019, yeah. The Baltic Dry, which is set in London, it's going down very obviously, yeah, and it's going back to pre-pandemic levels. So restrictions in offer, the supply chain disruption still exists. Yeah, there's still restrictions there, but it's much better than it was. So there's upward pressure on the prices. So now it's gradually coming downward, this pressure. It's not a deflationist factor, but it's de-inflation. The next factor, let's talk about capacity constraints. It's the fact that there was a shortage of labour, that companies just couldn't produce as much as they wanted to. So we're looking at the manufacturing industry. In the USA, we've seen that the index is practically at 2018 levels. Why were we worried about that? Yeah, we put on the TV and we were told that it was a very bad product. It was a very big problem. But anyway, so we're looking at about 80%. In Europe, this is much less of a problem. Yeah. So we're looking at around our maximum levels of 2019 now. So there is pressure, but it's not pressure that we haven't dealt with before. And it's not a pressure that has caused a rise in interest rates. This is not our major problem. Let's look at the workforce market, the labour market. It's very anecdotal. We're talking about those specific companies that can't find the right people. That recruitment's very hard. But let's look at the aggregated data on the whether there really is a shortfall on the market. So what we've got in this graph, so lots of people left the job market enormously, but there's a lot of people retiring, young people during that left, people who had to look after older people, particularly during the COVID crisis. And in the USA, it's taken a long time to recover from that. Yeah, really only now they're getting back to what they had pre-pandemic. In Europe, it's been a little bit faster. And so this is active population, not employment. Yep. So there's employment available. So there is population that's coming back to the work market, the job market. So if this may cause prices to go up before, now it might be bringing them down a little bit. Okay. So let me talk a little bit more. No. About inflation, price expectations. When we listen to central banks, they talk about it's kind of a mantra. Well, we're doing it for your own good. We're doing it to maintain the inflation expectations. Yeah, that they've anchored these expectations, and we're doing it in order to maintain them. This is a terrifying thing. So we understand the mechanism that this vicious cycle. So you raise your prices, I raise my prices. So I've got to pay my workforce. So it just goes on and on, doesn't it? It's a spiral. So this generates inflation, and yeah, we know this mechanism of old. So there's many countries that have been handling their inflation like this for years. So we suffer in Europe. when there's like indexing mechanisms. When central banks talk about inflation expectations, they're also talking about markets, not just raising wages because people need to spend more. So we need to look at the role that the financial market's playing. So they might have a different expectation, and that will affect everyone else's expectations. When you see the results of the polls or surveys that are sent out, the consensus forecast, for example, by Bloomberg, when they ask people about the expectations on inflation, or when people have juries in newspapers and they give their opinions, their op-eds on inflation and what's going to happen, the famous economist from Spain, somebody who's actually working in the markets, and he said, it's getting out of control. Inflation's getting out of control. So, but we need to look at what the markets are saying. What are these actual markets saying about these expectations? So we're talking about the subjacent inflation, comparing two different types of bonds. So when you go to buy a 5-year bond or an inflation bond, we're looking at the difference in those prices. So we're gonna put the United Kingdom to one side because it's they've got a whole different tax thing going on. That's going to be a volatile situation for a while. But let's look at Germany. So we're looking at the inflation expected by the markets is 2.44. It's a midterm forecast. That's what they're expecting. In the United States, 2.62. I said it the other way around. Sorry, I got the wrong. 2.44 for the US and 2.62 for Germany.
In Germany, 6 basic points, and I don't think this issue is getting carried away too much. Another indicator, which is like this is the 5-year, is just analyzing what in 5 years the bond will be saying about inflation in the following 5 years. So it's a mid to long term analysis is what the market is paying for a bond that starts in between 2027 and 2032. What starts in 2027 until 2032, and the message is very similar. The European bond, German, is under 2%, 186, whereas the other are at 238 and 284. Which this is all that the inflation is pointing at. So when you say, inflation, we've got runaway inflation, really look to see if those people who are saying that, if they have put their money where their mouth is, because when those people who are waiting for inflation, somebody could say, hey, yeah, but of course, you think you're smart. But remember, these markets are factorizing what the central banks are doing, a spectacular rise in interest rates. And I say, yes, but what happened when people said that we had runaway inflation in 2021? The expectations for the United States in 2021, when certain commentators were they're talking about runaway inflation, it was 2%, but the expectations were zero inflation. So when people were alarmists, they were talking about they were calling 2% a runaway inflation, and there's the goals of monetary policy. So this is not a criticism. We cannot be a poltergeist. We cannot tell people what they can say. We just talk about what they do. But it's another reason that to think that the inflation market is above goals, but not very far up. When we see what is happening in the financial market beyond what many may be saying when they're getting to say something. What do we think is going to happen with our monetary policy? Because one thing is to say, well, maybe inflation is not going to be so bad, but another one is that the regional banks are sending a very clear message, and so nobody should be surprised at the fact that the interest rates are going to continue rising. Central banks have decided that they have to raise interest rates to control inflation, but until when? How much is enough? And the idea has some factors. Some were mentioned yesterday. First, with monetary policies, is that it's got to lag. The interest rates that rise today are not going to have an impact today. They're going to have an impact, tomorrow, or when our mortgages are reviewed. But as opposed to previous cycles, is that now it's synchronized. When it's synchronized, the increase in financial conditions is higher than one which is set by a single central bank. I mean, these arise from the BC 100. So having only one central bank is not, but when every central bank raises interest rates, so it's not the same thing to raise just in one place or to have this raise of 100 basic points, for example, throughout all the central banks. And potentially we see this as a risk scenario. If we continue increasing until the financial conditions are, and we find that monetary policy can be a risk factor for growth and for financial stability, for growth and for financial stability, if what it's going to do deteriorate vulnerabilities that were already there. And this, for me, is a risk scenario. And the risk for the central banks, we have to know what the limit is. We have to go beyond this neutral point. But to know where they have to go, they have to know things that right now we don't know. Most of us don't know. Which are, where is the potential GDP? We're coming from a financial crisis. We have gone through Europe. We have had a COVID, and now we have this. We have to know where the potential has to be. We will do the best we can, but this is something we have to know where the neutral rate is. Where is that famous NIDU? Where is the non-accelerating unemployment rate? But taking into account that we've had a lot of population leaving the labor market for a long time, and because of training, NIDU probably has moved. Many people say up. Well, the fact is that we don't really know it. We don't know where the neutral interest rate is. Greenspan said that the neutral rate was something that we were seeking, and we only knew that we had found it when we were in it. And that's the challenge. interest rates at 4.25, 4.50. In March, they will probably go up, and probably in March it could end up at around 4.75, 5.25, and then from there it'll stop. They will tell the market that everything has been controlled. They will try to use forward guidance, and from there they will speculate that there might be cuts as early as November, at the end of the year, or at the end of 2023, maybe November or December. We might. Another factor that has to be into account, the Federal Reserve is going to continue selling bonds, and that's going to have an effect on cash. And we think that the neutral stance, that neutral rate will be achieved in about 2025, and by 2025 we will go back to this neutral. Another factor to take into account is that with the elimination of the latest fiscal tax measures in 2021, tax policy is already restrictive. We have a monetary policy that's restrictive with a tax policy that's restrictive, and it's going to have its effect in the United States in 2023. That's why we believe that there's a major possibility that they might go into a recession. The euro area, while deposit rate at 22% at the end of the year, and the refinancing at 2.5% by the end of this year, we think that in the first rate, the European Bank will stop the cycle with 3.25 and 2.75, and that it will stick there throughout 2023 and 2024. The European Central Bank has to activate a mechanism to reduce the balance, and that could be taking as soon as the first quarter of 2023. So this is a monetary situation. So there's a risk that we might get carried away, and inflation might improve for the factors, because of the factors we have talked about. This is this would be the risk scenario. If that happens, obviously the rise in interest rates might be excessive, and a factor that could contribute to the tremendous volatility that we have right now. I want to mention a factor. I'm convinced that you may all have detected that in my risk balance, you may have had a bias, a downward bias. When I talk about the Federal Reserve, I think this might be, which is the rise in salaries. The direction is the same. The level is there. What you see there in 2021, there was a tremendous rise. The salary increases were significant. At the end, there's a mixed message. They seem to go down a little bit, but we're still looking at levels of 6-7%. Normally, you assume that salary rises consistent with the goal objectives are usually with inflation are around 3.5. So this could be an inflationary problem. In CEPREDE, if this is a transient shock of the increase in productivity, the result that there are fewer workers, but you have the same GDP, then productivity increases. If this is only a response of increased when you have the salaries are in function of productivity, or in fact it's the start of a cycle, an inflationary cycle. If it's something normal because productivity has increased because we're more productive working from home, or if it is the result of an inflationary shock resulting from salaries. Today, the salary metrics are being corrected, and they would be theoretically above the goal, which is consistent with inflation. Very briefly, I want to talk about factors that could bring about vulnerabilities. We might have a degree of, one of them is debt. We all knew that before the various crises we had debt levels that were rising quite a bit. And I wanted to underscore one, which I think, which is public debt. I'm not going to talk about public debt today, but there's a rise in corporate debt. Home debt increased a lot. The financial leveraging of financial section increased spectacularly, and now it's steady. Public debt is well known, but look at the light blue, which is the debt of non-financial corporations. And if you look at the end of this sample, that if the GDP fell 20%, now it's increasing or this fall. What I'm worried about is the companies. The idea of debt. It's increased a bit over the last few years. Many companies have gone into debt, but they have maintained their cash flow. Look at the magnitude. Cash increased. Yes, it rose a little bit from 25 to 28%. Doesn't look spectacular. It wasn't bad. If you take into account approximately corporate debt as normally matures at 4 to 5 years. Maybe the average debt in Spain is between 7, 8 years. The UK has a lot of long-term. The average is 13 years. Having 25% of your debt is in cash. It's you have a year. You could face it's good ratio of cash. It hasn't increased spectacularly. Certain companies are focusing on cash, but it's a good ratio. What we're worried about is the good part of the part of investment, which is the lower part. People in companies that are CAA, CA, and C companies, they have a weak liquidity. Here, the problem is not in the investment. We're talking about maybe 3-4%, but when we look at the bottom of the scale, that's not as good. Here we have half of them with weakness and cash weakness, but it's a bit of risky for some of them. And with regard to debt, I wanted to mention as a rating agency, we have the issue of the amortization. Nobody should, if we can refinance the debt, it's not such a big problem. The indicator that you have here is we see is that from the start of 2012, those that had to refinance, we were talking about $2 billion until 2018, 2019. Beneficial financial conditions, and people were going into debt. What do you find in 2022? In the next 4 years, they're increasing their level of debt, but also much shorter amortization periods, much shorter maturity periods. And they want a schedule, which is a calendar, which is as long as possible. And some governments can do that more than companies. And in general, what any financial director would like is that in the short time that they shouldn't have too many loans mature, but not too much in the short term, because at any time the market is good, they're going to go out and refinance. If I have no loans maturing next year, but the next year, then I can come out on the market and I can issue bonds to refinance what I'd like to be able to refinance. That's what any financial director would like to go. But the refinancing market has practically stopped. We have a very stable refinancing line on year-to-year basis, with a bit of a bias towards the second, third, fourth, and fifth, and then a fall after the fourth year. What we have this year, 2022, the market was stopped. You could have paid the funding of the last year. Now we have a global fall around 30%. And it's dangerous in some sectors, not the government sector. It's fallen about minus 10%. Not in financial institutions, where it's also fallen. But here you can see two things that are more salient. One of them is leverage loans, that has practically stopped. And the high yield, where there's practically no market, where you have drops of around 75%. They have to keep going. To illustrate it, differently, this is the evolution of last year. In green and blue, that would be the speculation investment levels. Last year were around 2 trillion. Look until the third month. We have surprised in the third month. They were practically the same levels as the previous year, and then you start seeing a divergence in last year, 2, and today in 2.5. So this is a 25 to 30% drop. There are companies that are not listed because the conditions are more difficult. The problem is that they're not issuing today. They're going to have to issue it next year, together with what they have to issue next year. And next year is going to be just as tense as this year. So recreating this refinance, what we call a refinance wall, because they're going to have to face a true refinancing wall at the end of 2023, 2024. They're all going to try to refinance what they haven't done in the past 3 years. And the problem that this is going to happen with interest rates, central banks, that's what they're trying to do, is raise interest rates. And this is not discriminating. The rise is going to be being the same for investment and for speculative, but even for high yield in Europe, it's a little bit more. Look at the bonds are around 10%. In the United States, you can see it. Yeah, you always see certain peaks around 10%. Every time we reach 10%, the market closes, and it's very complicated. And it's very, very difficult for companies to come out on a no mood, if you wish. We've only had such high interest rates before and after Lehman Brothers, where the market was completely closed, and this is a factor, a risk factor. Advancing a little more, I want to say something about the banking sector. We have to see to what extent the banking sector can continue until now. And here, in the banking sector in the last few years, it has really strengthened its liquidity, and it's in very good conditions to continue contributing its function of continuing to facilitate credits for the private sector. For the tangible common equity, and we have the we're looking at about 87 financial systems, about 1,000 banks that we qualify, that we rate. Right now, they were just under 12% in 2014. Now they're up to 15%. Banks have more capital and better quality capital. The Spanish banks are not such in good shape. The tangible common equity ratio of Spanish banks is at around 11%, which is not so good. So it doesn't have as much capital like the British banks, where they're around 16%. Swedish banks that are around 15 or 18%. And this is the good news. The not so good news is the profitability. When we see the figures published of the profits of banks, it sounds really good, but when it's a percentage of the asset, it doesn't sound so good. The banks, European banks, are relatively inefficient. To generate €1 of income, they have to spend 65 cents to make €1. So that shows certain, and that 1%, which it would be 12 or 13% for something as risky as a bank, is not spectacular. When we come to Europe, the Spanish banks are 0.5, 0.6%, despite Latin America and the profits from Germany 0.3, 0.4 in the UK. So we have certain profitability because of regulatory requirements. And here I want to underscore two risks. I want to point out two risks. And, this is something that we didn't see during the financial crisis, and now it's not. It looks like it's disappeared. And people say, no, the financial sector is fine, but it's gone through a spectacular crisis, and there were different. We had to have some reversals, and the financial crisis, the COVID crisis, was very peculiar, and that the bank could really take advantage of all this, not only monetary policy but fiscal policy, generalizing those furlough payments for the guaranteed loans, which allowed banks to overcome a terrible crisis. There are two risks. With the banks, we have some institutions are opaque, and that's an issue. We don't know exactly what they have at the end in their balance, particularly when we look at the derivatives. Loans and underwriting criteria and so on are easy. And here we have had a bad surprise with the pension scheme in the UK. If something as easy like a pension system, where the only thing you have to do, like match your long-term maturities, and it turns out that they were not putting the money in, they were just covering the differences between the two sides of the balance. If that's what the pension system was doing, then more complex and more opaque institutions, we might have that kind of those kinds of surprises. And perhaps we're seeing one of these moments with the idea of profitability. Profitability is not, when we do a rating, is not something we worry too much about. We are always looking at the capital and cash. And those are the two main factors. We understand that it's the first line of defense is the profits, but what we can really bring a bank down is the liquidity and the capital. If they have 15 points or 20 points of capital, they can absorb a cycle quite well. But when you have a profitability that's so small for the assets and you have a normal cyclical crisis, you can absorb it, no problem. But if you have capital, you have to return to the market and issue capital. We don't do equity ratings. So this is a situation that could actually become quite complicated. And there's something which is well known, which is in this bank that you can see here. You know that this bank is trying to raise capital, and you know that it's experiencing difficulties because it's in a process of restructuration. In Qatar, Saudi Arabia, so they're having all kinds of issues, and it illustrates it's a complex institution, and it wants to go to the market. And I'm talking about this bank, and this is something with which they're experiencing difficulties. And the consequence is that your average investor is protecting themselves against the possible default in this bank. So we're seeing protection levels that we hadn't seen till the end of 2009. And here, this is accessory. The problem with these institutions is that when it affects one, there's a knockdown effect on the rest. And as you can see, it is true that the final part of the sample, there's certain divergence. When the CDS started to rise, the other banks started to rise as well. That systemic effect, that's interrelations that you see in the banking world, and the problem of one ends up being everyone's problems, and particularly investors and shareholders, and also because of capacity. In any case, right now they're relatively stable, and when the banks are solid, is that they provide credit. At the left you have the 2008 crisis. On the right you can see the COVID crisis, but you see solid, more solid banks, and they stayed. I'm over time, I think I better abbreviate. And let me finish defaults and ratings. If we're looking 1500 and
hacerlo lo mejor.
But our ratings should be where the credit risk is. Yeah, that's what we should be looking at. So this graph here is how those ratings have evolved. So it's obvious that when we come out with rating shares, rating actions, then we see there's a big media impact. So I'm sure that you've seen stuff on Twitter, about the information. So we looked at the Turkish rating in the summer, and there was a big deal. So it created downward speculation. So Germany's, on the limit. So if we talk about individual actions, that since 2019, we've tended to go on a downward, actions downward. So the rating activity has gone downward because there's been a deterioration in the fundamental values. So we've looked at rating activities that have been going down since 2019, and so we're dragging that with us. And then there was the pandemic, and we had to do a lot more rating activities, and then we discover vaccines before we expected them. Well, that's great, yeah. So here's a scenario that we haven't valued. So it's great. So we see the reverse there in 2021. So as opposed to some of the very sharp graphs that we've been looking at now, it's in what we saw here in 2021 didn't compensate for the drops in 2020. The number of rating activities were far greater overall. So it's a trailing 12-month rating drift. So we've had more negative activities than positive ones. So this situation is still negative. So it represents the quality of the credit. So this quality is in general deteriorating. So this has implications. So before I go into the implications, let me just mention this: the perspective that we have is an indication. Is more or less an indication of the rating. So what we're looking at, around 40% of the perspectives are negative. So it's more likely that the rating will come down in the next 6 months. And if we talk about consequences, then we think that given the current conditions, the number of defaults is going to increase. It's not very low right now, but it's around 2%. We think that it'll be around 4% within the year. So it's doubling, but it's doubling from a relatively small rate. And why is this a risk factor? This little deviation that we're having here. we're looking at a very high number of issuers with a rating degree which is quite low. So there's a distribution of rating for non-financial companies from 2009, just after Lehman's, to the present day, the current situation. You'll see that there's a deterioration. There's fewer green lines on the left-hand side, and the degree of investment is closer and closer to the limit, and that we can see that more and more there's more issuers in the lower part of the speculative gradient. So that's where we're getting 20% of our issuers right now. That's where we're seeing them. And it's a very high number, because if we look at these rating levels, and I'm going to finish here, the probability of defaulting is really very high. So if we're looking at level B companies with a B rating, 20% of them, 20% of were defaulted in 5 years. Yeah, B rating likely to default in 5 years. So, yeah, on a C limit, we're talking about 35% there, which is massive. These are very dangerous figures. And that's the part that we're speculating on the most. And that's what we're most concerned about. It's because, yeah, somebody's holding this role. Somebody is classifying this. We don't know who, but we suspect, we think, we believe it might have systemic effects. If there's an institution that is actually playing this role, so somebody is holding this role, and they're going to withstand, and somebody else has to withstand the losses from these defaults. So, in summary, so we know where the shocks have come from. So if everything's good, we've got stricter controls. So things are going to get better. So there's a very long list working from this baseline. There's a long list of risks that can affect the situation and makes us more vulnerable. Thank you very much. Please don't escape. Please come and sit back here. Yeah. Let's see if we have any questions in the panel discussion. So if you'd all like to take your seats for the panel discussion, we can start now. First of all, I'd like to present Uxue Itoiz, who works for the government of Navarra in energy and strategic projects and industry. Andrea Conte, and Piotr Suber, who's Councillor at the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy in Poland. Oh, welcome, everybody. We're going to ask questions in Spanish, and you've got your headsets on, so you can answer in English if you want to. If you see that it's necessary for us to speak in English, please tell us. So to start, as you've already warmed up from your presentation, I'd like to ask you a specific question. Jorge, I'd like to ask you our first question. I'd like to remind you all that, of course, you can ask your questions. You can raise your hand, and our colleagues will come around with a microphone. Those of you at home and streaming, you can send us your questions, or we're connected to you through your mobile phone. So let's get going. This panel discussion is talking about energy, the transition, talking about expectations from public officers and from private businesses. So where does the private sector stand in this transition? There's many sectors that want to make the most of this. Yeah, you've talked about banks and how this is influential. What's the role of the bank there? It's going to surprise you if I say that we think the private sector has a fundamental role in the energy transition, both in climate change and in energy transition. I think that very often when we talk about topics about these climate change or energy transition, we're accustomed to thinking that the governments aren't making strong moves, and obviously governments have got a fundamental responsibility, and they can do it through instruments, through regulations, to try and move resources and production activity, production business, and they can also do it through financing. So we've assumed that the fundamental role in climate change for us is in the public sector for both these challenges. But there's a factor that we can't forget. This energy transition and talking about climate change is at a scale that the public sector just can't deal with all of it. It's just too big. In general, when we talk about the money that we need to address energy transition, so we're talking about $1 trillion or $5 trillion billion. It's a massive amount of money every year, and for the next 20 years. It's so much money that the public sector just can't deal with it, because it coincides that this energy transition period that we're talking about, a period of 20 years, is going to coincide with another effort that the public sector needs to make. We talk about government money as if it was our own. Taxpayers' money is going to go through other challenges that are going to be just as urgent. So just in health, we're going to need far more healthcare. The population is growing. So it looks like we're going to have to find money to improve our defense budget. That governments are going to have to increase those areas. And in some countries, we're talking about pensions as well, like the Spanish case. And so this in the next 20 years, we're talking about a 7% rise, which is a magnitude that and we've got to find that money from somewhere. We've got to finance these challenges. So if we add that to financing 20 years of between $1 and $5 billion every year, it's like we've just not got any options. And it's come out of COP27 just now, is to try and bring in the markets and the private sector in the efforts to produce, and also in financing efforts and this transition. The public sector can't do it on its own, but it does have its own role to play. I'm going to give you this now. If you can tell us about your plans at the government of Navarre to work in these directions. I agree with you that we can't, but we do have a role of driving the legislation and so that this might happen. So moving towards green technology and policies. And so many of our current investors are backing green economy investments. So I'd like to just have a little look at the context. So in Navarre, 79% comes from fossil fuels still. So we need a big change to be able to back renewable. Within Navarre, 50% of our electricity does come from renewables. And if we look at the self-consumption, we're talking about 90% coming from renewables. So we've got an opportunity here that we're in pioneers in renewable technology. That we've got the first wind farms, and so particularly focusing on wind farm. So yeah, and so we've created trends within Europe. So one of the actions that we're doing in terms of energy transition that's very important is increasing the quota of renewables and backing autoconsumption. So we've passed from 12 megawatts of consumption to 80. So this is a trend that we've got a specific investment here and in our industry, and we're backing this type of self-consumption and assuming these energy costs that we saw in the previous talk. If we look in terms of details here, what we're looking at the industrial sector that is concentrating on autoconsumption, and the second one is a residential sector. Yeah, it's the next largest group. So I think that this is a way of saving energy, that we're making our own, yeah, and being able to mitigate the climate change factor. If we look at the autoconsumption data, look at what's happening in Navarra, not only as a region, but also in terms of territory. So we can see the energy transition that we've been helping with from Nasuvinsa over the last few years. So we can see that it's being distributed all over the province. It's these points of autoconsumption. And we're also taking steps towards collective autoconsumption. So mainly in terms of solar panels. But we're also looking at initiatives, looking at decarbonisation, biomass centres, biomass power stations in that way. It's in terms of heating as well. In terms of data per sector, yeah, so 31% is of our industrial GDP. And in 2021, industry consumed 35%. And that's where we're putting that's where we're working very hard now. That's 35% of the energy that it comes from the industrial section. So they're the one that most produce it and most consumes it. It's also an area this is one of our biggest challenges to overcome. We've also got the energy that we use in transport as well. That's now returning to its initial values. What are we doing regionally? An important part that we're doing from public administration is streamlining the paperwork. So be able to create mechanisms to implement these energies. Yeah, make it easier, make it simpler. So we've modified several standards and regulations to streamline this, and we've got the regional climate change law that we've been working with the last year that gives us a slightly larger framework. In each of the sectors, there are specific plans to set ourselves some at least short-term challenges. So yeah, we've got several plans that we've talked about those over the last day and a half. So we've also got small roadmaps in each sector. And of course, we've got grants and incentives that we've talked about that we need. And so, there's 80 million euros in to boost this transition. It's a very strong drive at the moment. So we're one of the communities that is having one of the strongest impacts in this area. So it's given us a real boost to get this up and running, and we think that it's working really well. So this is a little bit of the grants, and it's just extra information, and of course, you're all very welcome to come and ask in our department to find out more about what we're doing. Thank you very much. So we've seen this a little bit from the perspective of the banks and from the businesses and also from the public administration. I don't know whether to look at it from above, but Andrea, coming from Seville, Are you going to talk to us about this governance, green transition, to talk about it one way, and the investment? So we're going to have a quantity of, unthinkable amount of funds to spend on this. Yeah, of course. Thank you for inviting me here to be able to talk here. It's a very great opportunity to connect with people and network with people here, and then the very interesting conversations that we've been able to have talking about technology. And evaluate their policy. So I'm talking about the role of the European Commission and the Central Committee of Research that we've got in. We're coordinating from Seville. So we've got an analysis on the territorial impact. So we provide tools to policymakers in terms of transparent assessment of these policies, the fundamental rules, about the framework that we are working from, to prepare their legislation. So it's very interesting in terms of policy making. So it's where scientific evidence is very used for public policy. So that the assessment culture is very different in all the different member states. So we need to see how internal and external scientific services can help us design these policies. However, the context of these challenges that we're talking about today within a framework that we've talked about over these 2 days rather exhaustively, there are many challenges that mark the energy and economic transition. These are dramatic challenges that we've seen over these last few years. COVID, we've seen the invasion of Ukraine, and this is very important terrain for us. So, it's been looking at the impact, certainly on territories, that compared to the traditional evaluation that European countries do at a national level. So I'd like to answer in a joint way. We like to make a network of intelligence to give our best examples, best practice for our policymakers, to be able to share experience and ideas. So extremely briefly, there's two main tools that we've got internalized. These are analysis models. It's a model that describes in great detail the economy and the geography of our territories. Giving details of the difference between Sicily and Navarre, for example, and the connection between them, how the territories are distributed and the impacts on them. And then we've got analysis which goes beyond the statistical analysis. All these tools, I don't have time to give you all the details, I'm afraid, but the main challenge is the demand for territorial analysis that which arrives in which makes its way to regional policy. It's going one step further. There's so much greater demand for people, and for those of you know this who are working on this, to be more, you will have more requirements. We want you to be more demanding and be more proactive, and these connected, these policies that are connected with the territories. We're going from spatially blind to being spatially neutral. There's all sorts of policies on climate change and taxation, all sorts of things. All these policies have been written as policies that have got nothing to do with territorial analysis. And so the demand for this type of policy is appearing much more. So we want to make the most of developing these tools, these fundamental tools, which will allow us to go much further in our territorial policies, and it's sector-based as well. And this is fundamental here. The framework should be political, and it will allow us to offer this type of analysis. You know, so we've had the Week of European Regions. We put out a tool for each autonomous region in Europe. Statistical integration. So we've got this in the framework of innovation. So we're working from innovation. So, and horizontally, we're working then with the structural funds as well. This is all tied in. And we have what's going to be implemented in the recovery context. So we've got several challenges here to develop the narrative sense. So you can read in any newspaper in this last few months the challenge of the how we responded to the COVID crisis, and also in about the green and digital transitions. But what we really talk about are the regional funds, the thematical objectives of this policy in the last 15 years, including in a detailed way on specific details on innovation, digital transformation, green transformation. And the topic that is emerging in many countries is how the governance of the system is appearing in such a way that we can use these territorial funds more efficiently. So this is a big challenge for most countries, and we need to centralize this much better in a new way compared to the tradition and the history that we've come from. How objectives have been handled in the past. So the communication is not only political but also operatively and administratively. Government nationally and regionally. This all falls within this framework that we're working with here. Thematical analysis that we've published recently. You can see this list here, and also that there's the topic of governance. But what I want to extract from this, based here you can see on the right, is how the story of some companies. The degree of progress of the cohesion funds for COVID, and the relationship that a simpler national system, taking away then the provinces. Well, if we can simplify it, it's always going to be more efficient. So taking the experience that we've had from the federal funds, but it's also a very complex situation. But we've got, from our experience in other countries of the complexity of it all, but a region gives better efficiency to the system, and not as several media would like to let us know. I'm just going to finish with my little slide here. We're also talking about a framework, a regular entry framework. In terms of cohesion policy. So this came about in March 2020 as a response from the EU to the COVID situation. In reality, the distribution in terms of country, was done within the framework it's purely cohesion policy. So if we're talking about the regulations that we've got here and how things were distributed, it's got very little to do with COVID and a lot to do with cohesion policy regulations. and agreements. So we're talking about the distribution between countries. It's exactly the same as cohesion policy. Yeah. And the objective, the 6 macro objectives here of the recovery funds, which is connected to the national plans program for recovery. These look at topics like green digital that are really connected, to the FLF funds. So what I want to, it's the idea of governance and the inertia of funds is a topic that will be more and more in the center of discussion, because policies can have a great impact on the territories. And sometimes the history that exists, not only in the EU, but in each country, it fragments the governance, which can reduce the political effect. Last slide on the topic, on the analytical topic, and how we withstand the green transition. So I've got some experience in this area. So I'd just like to point out a couple of things. It's like, here's a case of a regional... So we talked about FEDER funds to be able to make an impact analysis of public policy on these individual cases. So it will stop regional provinces. So it will help them with their approach to decarbonization.
Que tiene conflictos, territorial conflicts, and obviously the policymakers have the need to contribute to generate a transition which will be as little as possible, like in any type of transition, and they can be see themselves negatively affected by this transition. And then we can finish with the last contribution, where we're going to have the greatest chance of big data, micro-level data. We have a very strong movement of several member states with the open data. Here we have to ask for more open data as analysts, because it is crucial to have a complementary perspective to the tools that already exists. And using open data, using this territorial aspect, we can get much more scientific evidence, so that the impact analysis is better tailored both territorially, and we can have a more stricter and more transparent policy.
The relevance of it. From your point of view, how can we use, for example, the data that the IRiE, the ESPON IRiE program is using to strengthen the relations between regions and institutions to improve this energy transition in Europe?
Thank you very much for this question. I'm coming from the ministry, and the
Gracias por
ministry which is responsible for programming of all structural funds in Poland, and plus recovery and resilience plan. So let's say from this point of view, and listening to those old presentations and reading the outcomes of this program, I have to say that I'm coming home with a lot of information and also a lot of ideas, and also the question marks. I mean, because I think it is a lot of evidence, and I think that even Xavier presented some let's say some policy let's say consequences for policy making, but I think that there are much more than that, and in fact it must be discussed, those, let's say, findings, and it will be. I'm sure, at least in Poland, because I think it's very, very interesting, and I will shortly tell you what is of particular the rest from my point of view. But also I would like to say that that should be more discussion at European level, what comes out of this data and of this information we got, because I think it's not so, we are not used to, let's say, to look at things from this perspective of flows so much. And we learned a lot also from other presentations, not so much connected with the project itself, but there is a lot of other aspects we can take into account, like financial things, like institutional things, which haven't been yet the subject of the project itself, but there is worth of looking at it. My particular attention, and I think this is something it should be somehow backed at the European level. The further research on that is connected with the issue of how all regions in Europe just not only, let's say, are linked to each other thanks to different flows, but how those linkages, let's say, convert into opportunities and say, because I think it's not so clear that more and more for me it's not so clear that if we will build more linkages and more, let's say, between regions, that automatically we will have more resilience. I mean, this linkage is not so clear, because one can say that it's also exposure to some additional shocks as well. And of course, in the Polish case, there is also this issue of the COVID and Ukraine and the war in Ukraine is also very important. We are also doing some research on that, and I think, but we will be also very happy to use the research in our, let's say, change also of our regional policy, internal regional policy, because simply it's not longer the border, external border of the EU, let's say, but we have different, let's say, probably developments ahead of us between Poland and Ukraine, and between Poland and Russia and Belarus, and the same is for other borders. That this depending on political relations, we can have different outcomes of for the meaning for political and social development. So I think I will stop here, because, as I said, it's so enormous amount of information which was given, which I received here, and I would like to thank very much organizer for that. But also, I think we need to come back home to think a little bit, and to continue discussions in different setups in a different level, European, national, and between regions, countries. What does it mean for the policy making?
Mm-hmm. You have already mentioned it, and our previous speakers also. The war in Ukraine, it's affecting everything. So I would like to introduce Eugenia Maruniak, Director of the Institute of Geography from Ukraine. I would like you to introduce your presentation instead of asking first, so whenever you want.
Thank you a lot for involving me in such interesting discussion. It's very brief presentation just to recall certain results of IRiE project, and also to emphasize these challenges regarding situation in Ukraine. So when it comes to IRiE results, as it was mentioned yesterday and today in presentations, project considered Ukrainian scenario or so-called black swans, and focused generally on the two main sections, trade of goods, it was today presented in Carla's presentation, and migration, what was presented yesterday in my colleague Tomasz Komorniecki presentation. And as it was mentioned, there was a simulation, and there were developed 4 cases, so-called cases, with certain forecasts regarding number of refugees and their spatial distribution within the ESPON space. And for sure, not all forecasts came true, especially regarding spatial distribution, but for sure we were quite close regarding number of refugees. And what is now clear that for some European countries and regions, challenges of migration, actually challenges of concentration of Ukrainian migrants are more relevant than for other countries and regions, like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic, somehow Italy, Spain to some degree probably. But what we have actually now, it's absolutely a new phase of this Russian-Ukrainian war, so I would say new challenge regarding this destruction of Ukrainian energy system. As you can see on this slide, there is certain correlation between localization of Ukrainian power plants and the results of missile attacks, for instance, on 15th of November. But it's well known that there were missile attacks in October, and it was one more attack in November, actually this week. So the consequences are not so good currently, and we also have to take into account that renewable energy power station, you can see this green and yellow marks in southern Ukraine. They are pretty often also destroyed because of occupation, because of previous missile attacks, so there is also sometimes no energy from this power station at all. And what we have at the moment is that about 50% of Ukraine's energy system is out of order, and we can't anticipate what will be next week, for instance. For sure, it changed people's life. Because sometimes there is no electricity, no water, no heating, especially in big metropolitan area, it's crucial. So we can expect a new wave, new migration wave, so we can expect new challenges for European regions, probably sometimes the same countries and regions as it was previously. And for sure there are risks of further destruction. And so probably there is a need for new simulation, new attempts to rethink this situation and to find new solutions for different types of regions, because I guess that pretty often some consequences may overlapping in 1 or 2 or 3 regions. I mean, trade consequences, migration consequences, and some features of regions at all. So for sure there is a need of further research and policy making. And for sure it would be good if Ukraine will be involved more in this process of research and probably decision making.
Thank you. Quiero aprovechar a todo aquel, no nos queda mucho tiempo.
I wanted to, anybody wants to ask any questions, they should do it now, because then they can answer. Any of the 5 people can answer any questions if anybody wishes to ask any questions. Well, he's mic'd actually, so he doesn't need the handheld microphone. Thank you. I only have one question. I'm sure it's very difficult to answer. There's certain needs of reducing greenhouse gas emissions or mitigating the climate change. And we have a relatively small opportunity window. We need a spectacular, they were talking about trillions, but the challenge is monumental. despite the fact that it's monumental, the time that we have to meet the commitments we have to have the average temperature not increase by 1.5 degrees, the window is very short. I know there's no respect, but how can we accelerate the process? If anybody would dare to, I'm sure there's no answer, but I mean, if anybody wants to ask the question.
I will give you a short answer from Poland. How what is happening now accelerated the process of the change and thinking about energy transformation. Because in fact, for different reasons, Poland or people in Poland were not so keen to embark on the process. Let's put it in this way, at political level, but at, let's say, in society as such. And what is now happening because of as a consequence of the war in Ukraine, like changed the mindset of the political class. In recent months, it was a decision made after, let's say, 30 years of discussions to build nuclear power stations, or two already at the time. So one private, one semi-public. Then it was a decision to let's say to pass the legislation on renewables, allowing for faster deployment of renewables, windmills and things like that. So that was also the speed. And also I think still there are some, let's say, problems, but it's not about money. It's still about, let's say, understanding that if we are talking about the Green Deal, this is not just strategy to change the source of power, of energy, but it is also an opportunity at the end of the day to stay competitive, to bring in the longer term also good results for people and society. And I think that was the main problem, which is now paradoxically is being a little bit seen in a different way, because still is a problem. Okay, you need time, you need to invest and so on, but the mindset is changing, and I think this is quite good and obvious. So let's start from the mindset, and it will be easier.
¿Queríais añadir por aquí? Sí.
Did you want to add anything? I agree with this, and I think that we have the mix that we need to bring it ahead. We have the European Union with the Green Deal, that we also have the Fit for 55. We have the Repower EU, where we have even more ambitious goals. And after the invasion of Ukraine, we have that safe gas for winter, that 15%. I think we have the structure at the level of the European continent and at the regional level. It is true that we have been made a commitment to green economy and circular economy and green energy. And we are in a good position from the public sector and also economically. And now we have a window of health, public health, which are going to help this change. And we have an awareness on the part of society, which makes it a lot easier to explain why we don't need to have this dependency than it was a few years ago. So we have brought together all these things, plus the financial situation, which after the crisis seems to be recovering. So I think it's an opportunity. I think we're accelerating it, and we hope we'll be accelerating it enough to reach the 2030 goals and the 2050 goals. Yeah. I couldn't be more agree, because there has been a paradigmatic change precisely arising from the invasion of Ukraine on the part of Russia. I totally agree with this idea of changing mindset. I'd like to say something about the financial sector. This change, this acceleration is taking place already. The change with respect to funding of the non-green towards the green sector, how can this be accelerated more? To give you a very specific example, which I think is very relevant, here in Spain from the financial sector, if somebody is on the forefront of the funding changing from the brown to green economy, that's CaixaBank. It's a bank that is the cutting edge of this. The banks have exposures in transition risk of about 20% of their loans, and if they're maintaining it, we did this. What we discovered that in a 20-year horizon, those exposures are going to take them under different climate scenarios. And this would increase their losses from loans at about 20%. So yeah, it's in their losses if they continue with what they're doing right now. So this financing movement is happening. And as far as awareness is concerned, there's something that is also accelerating, that once everyone is aware of this, there's a certain a shaming effect on those who are not doing it. And in the financial sector, I want to show you, there's something which is the banks are not going to be from a reputation point of view, the financial sector is not going to be able to find, and it's to be, to be singled out as guilty parties. When somebody says, "Oh, we're doing all this," and somebody says that what you have been doing, you have been funding the greatest financer of fossil energies, and you're going to be putting 82 billion. When this happens, you get an immediate change. This is the same bank as before. It's Credit Suisse. It's not that I have anything against it. It's that it seems to be getting into hot water all the time. For example, when somebody doesn't follow the current trends, they're out of the picture, because right now we have seen an increase that they have this tremendous business opportunities. And as Gordon Gekko said, avarice is good. And if they don't do that, if the financial sector doesn't finance this transition, they're going to have greater losses. I don't want any question. Okay, well, thank you very much, George, Piotr, Andrea, Ushue, for your contributions.
Gracias.
Thank you. So it's very complicated to keep everything in our head, everything that's been going on, to be able to sum everything up. And so there's two people that are going to have this problem now. So Xavier Galasco and Julian Perez are going to come and give us the wrap up. Come on down here. I'm passing the hot potato on to you because nobody else wants to summarize all of this. I'm not going to talk for a long time. I would just like to say that obviously this has been a fabulous experience. We've all been speaking yesterday in the room next door today. We're all intermixed. And I just want to highlight 2 points. The first one is linked to the more statistic aspect regionally. When we look at the work that we've done and the work we're doing at ESPON in this project, is moving towards facilitating the quantitative analysis tools. Yesterday we were complaining over lunch that it's 2022 and we still don't know what's happened with the accounts from each region. So any initiative of this type that helps us to find out more, have better knowledge about regional statistics is going to be really welcome. And there's colleagues who've got more influence than we do because they're closer to Eurostat. And so let's see if we can manage to pressure Eurostat a little bit more to get the territorial dimension included and more heavily weighted, so that statistics institutes are more interested in updating them a little more speedily. So let's lobby a little bit and see if we can change things. Yeah, we're giving our tuppence halfpenny, our opinions there. But in terms of public and private institutions, it would be useful for all of us. The second point I'd like to make is more to do with our specialization, our general specialization, which is assessing the economic environment perspectives, which is really what's happened and what's going to happen in the next few years. So there that we've got different vision, different outlooks of what might happen with inflation. This is bound to correct itself in the end. I absolutely agree with what we said at the end of our last council meeting. So that everything will still be here when we've got through all of this. I want to I've been reminded now, while you were just finishing, I've been reminded that at the beginning of the year 2000, in the United States, when said that ITC is everywhere, but you can't see it in national accounts. But the same's happening for me with the Next Generation funds, to be honest. That Next Generation's everywhere. It's in all the reports. But I just can't really see in the accounts. I can't see where they're having an effect in the different regions. So it leads me to think that, firstly, if really these funds have had or are going to have a differential impact, if the EDF asked for an evaluation of the Next Generation funds to every region, if they were all asked to produce a report on the impact that these funds have had, if we all had to produce that. The problem is that really the Next Generation funds have represented an increase in spending, in public spending, public and private investment, incrementally. They're going to have an effect, or they have had an effect of economic growth, or if there any effect, it is in financial accounts. We have to do a series of things. We have to do a series of spending. So if we didn't have the Next Generation funds, we'd have to finance them, each of us separately. Each administration would have to find the money from somewhere. Get their own taxes or their own debt. So what happens is that they've issued bonds, and we've got European debt. That if these Next Generation funds are going to have an impact on the real economy, or are we really just kind of healing these economic wounds? The data that there is for 2022 in the Next Generation, we can't see Next Generation anywhere, maybe because they haven't had an effect in the real economy. Maybe it's just an adjustment of the accounts. Or maybe, and I really hope it's this, it's because we haven't started seeing it yet because there's been a lot of problems with this program that maybe it hasn't trickled through yet. We can't see those results. So, maybe we'll see if those funds being spent properly in the next 2 or 3 years, and we'll start to see them appearing on paper. So maybe we're going to have a positive surprise, not in terms of inflation, but in terms of economic growth. So please remember to fill in the physical and the online poll. Please fill in the surveys that Nicolas mentioned this morning. It's been a real pleasure to have you here. And I hope that we can see each other in future occasions. Remember that you need, if you connect to the Wi-Fi, you can get the app on your phone. Yep. So you've got the Wi-Fi codes there. If you could just put the Wi-Fi code on the screen so everyone can see the password, that would be great. I appreciate we've had some connection problems. Can we put the slide on, please, with the QR? I think the QR is inside your folders. All right, so you can use your phone on this QR code, and it will take you through that. So if you can just, before we pass over to Tascongoni, then you can just be answering that survey. Nicolas has asked me to take charge of this mission, but it says it's very important that we fill in the survey. So please, could you do that? Whilst you do that, I'd like to just look at a couple of questions. I think it's been a very interesting session, with lots of different thoughts and opinions from the private sector, from regional sections, from the European section. From the point of view of the objective, the goal of the project, which was to see the interregional flows and propose policy on our territorial level, I think we've met that objective. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. I mean, we've done all of this, everything we've been telling you about today, we've done in the last 2 years, and hardly the easiest 2 years as well. It's been a mega effort for the members of the team. One of the key points Thomas mentioned in the first presentation today, I'd like to just mention it again. The territorial decision makers need to not only think about the nodes, but the connections between them. Yeah, we need to think about the data that's been generated in this project and generate scenarios. I've got nothing much more to say. So if you could just put that for our website here, if you could just put that up, that would be great. And this website, and this website, you've got access to all the data that we've talked about these last couple of days. Here we've got trade of goods. We're looking at country and region figures. Yeah, all really important in this project, and we're really happy with the results. So you can use these statistics by choosing an origin and a destination, and you can see all these connections, all the different flows that are available. And the same with scenarios. This information is accessible here. We can look at the aggression in Ukraine. So we can look at these particular scenarios. So everything that we've talked about here. So we've got the European map of the impacts, impacts on jobs. And so thank you so much for coming. Thank you for panel members and our members and the representatives from the different institutions that have come. And big thanks to the Government of Navarre for putting this event on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Javier. So, as Xavier said, we're now going to pass over to finish this session. Estás con Goñi. Like to address everyone involved in the ESPON project, the government of Navarre. I'd like to start by saying that it's hard to speak here in this comfortable session about interesting things whilst people are having a really bad time in Ukraine. So I'd like to show my solidarity for the country and everybody who is suffering due to this crisis, and everyone who's been able to take part in this initiative. I'd like to express my personal satisfaction for having had the opportunity to close this conference, which ESPON and the Government of Navarre have organised together. I'd like to say thank you for those of you who've come in person to these sessions in the Baluarte Conference Hall in Pamplona, and also everyone who's been able to follow us online. And particularly, I'd like to thank everyone who has spoken today and yesterday, keynotes and also representatives from public institutions. So I'd also like to thank the entities and the representatives who have taken part in this conference, which we're closing now because your ideas and thoughts have been a fabulous contribution to the final conclusions. I'd like to also thank Nicolas Rossignol, who is in charge of the territorial evidence in ESPON, who's been with us both these sessions, but has had to leave early because he has a flight. Finally, I'd like to give warm greetings from the President of the Government of Navarre, who wasn't able to come because of institutional commitments. However, it's very important for us to be involved in this kind of project, and we're very interested in these projects like ESPON. Firstly, because it shows our vocation, our European vocation, because we have a huge number of Navarran actors working in European projects, looking at international with an international focus. So this is the case of Nasuvinsa. It's an instrument of the Government of Navarre, which has backed this ESPON project. I'd like to congratulate Xavier Velasco and his whole team at this time. It's been essential for them to be able to cooperate with 5 institutions and organizations, top ranking. The five project partners. In Spain, Greece, Poland, the Netherlands, Finland, and in Germany. I'd like to thank all these professionals who have helped us along the way and contributed to make this project possible. As I said, our participation in this project has been particularly interesting for the government of Navarre because it's opened new perspectives for us to continue driving our strategy and policy making within the framework of the ESPON Interreg program. So I'd like to remind you that Navarre is working on the sustainable strategy for 2030, and this and other ESPON projects are going to be extremely interesting in the future for the government of Navarre to get greater economic cohesion and fairer social development. One of the challenges that we have at this government was covered in this conference in terms of synchronizing the strategic plans and preparing Navarre for the multiple transition: economic, energy, green, climatic, local, and focusing on territorial challenges. I should also remind you that on the 28th of November 2019, the European Parliament approved a ruling on climate change and the environment, which was closely linked to energy transition and the circular economy. And the panel sessions yesterday and today have revolved around this. And they have the data from this project have been very useful. Also, as I mentioned yesterday on the panel, the industrial plan, one of the main work tools in our smart development strategy, have made the different value chains in our area more profitable and more useful. And so, in this context, we'd like to work on our flow of goods and work on these value chains to produce more territorially and to be more resilient. And on the other hand, the exports from Navarre, as we saw yesterday, represent almost half of our GDP. And that's very important for individual companies and the value chains within the province and in terms of Europe, as they represent around 70% of both our exports and our imports. And of course, we're also very interested in the type of transport in these exchanges, because one of our indicators is the percentage of goods transported by train, which has also come from export, which was 1.2% in 2015, which was a long way from the European average. And by 2030, we want to double this. Figure. For all this, we've seen the monitoring tool from ESPON with something which is going to be extremely useful. Finally, this event is itself extremely interesting because it's very relevant and its conclusions are right up to date. I would really like to highlight the most exciting results from these sessions, as Jorge showed us in his keynote today. The world economy is ready for great adjustments, very significant adjustments with very high levels of uncertainty, with more restrictive politics, and great changes in politically and economically, and in the financial markets, and also the contribution from Iñaki Arto from the Basque Country that we saw yesterday, referring to the information from the ESPON project is an opportunity to better understand the role of European institutions in global chains and reduce the vulnerability of disruptive events. So, and also Giancarlo yesterday from BBVA Research on the use of big data and able to provide us with real-time information. This can be used to estimate interregional flows of tourism, according to the example he gave us. I'd also like to mention these aspects that I was particularly interested in because they are tied in with our regional policies. So backing rail goods network, which we're very interested in terms of our exports and our continent, which would limit the environmental and greenhouse gas impact. We're currently developing these alternatives to complement our current rail network, which links us with France. Secondly, we also looked at the importance of Navarra in terms of exporting compared to its population. So we looked at the international flows and the use of renewable energies and the automotive industry, without forgetting our construction industry, where we are leading the creation of an industrialization center for construction. And I'd also like to link up with the principles of circular economy and energy transition. Regarding the war in the Ukraine, the impact in our scenario, we just seen at the end of the Xavier summary was much lower than it has been for COVID, particularly in terms of our territory. In Spain, we saw a 10%. COVID brought a 10% drop in GDP, and this was compensated by the Next Generation funds. Right now, the war in the Ukraine is having a very significant effect there and in Germany, but this hasn't trickled down to Navarra yet in quite such a great way. In other words, the increase in interest rates is making the situation in Europe more complex and in general. And as to summarize everything above, it's obviously very important to get a territorial evidence. That means that we will continue to back the ESPON project and everything that it stands for. So we're looking forward with interest to the next call for ESPON projects, with significant development in renewables. Navarra, in this territory, we've got Siemens, Acciona, which is a public backing for this kind of technology. So it's very important to us. So, in order to finish now, the government of Navarre has noted the ideas that have been raised over these last 2 days to improve strategies, and which apply to Navarre in our case. So, maximizing cooperation to shorten supply chains and start using circular economy principles really fits our existing cooperation framework between neighbouring regions, the Basque Country and Aquitaine, which we hope to put into good use very soon. Many of these links are linked to interregional flow that we've seen in the ESPON project. So I'd like to thank you very much once again to everyone who have attended and contributed to these sessions with their great technical and organizational skills. Thank you very much. Thank you. So thank you. If all the speakers could come down to the front so we can take a photo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming, and we hope to see you in 2 years' time. Okay, goodbye. Thank you and goodbye.